Okay, so we will start project schedule management. So this iron triangle that I am discussing from the very beginning. So three arms, three sides of the triangle. So this is scope, right? This is time or schedule, and the last one is budget or cost. Cost. So these three things, and some people write scope slash quality, all right, or some actually used to write this quality inside in the triangle. So quality. So these three, four things are core of project management. So we have finished and seen how, as a project manager and project team, we should do the scoping of the project, how we'll define a scope of work. So that we have seen in chapter number 5. Now we are starting chapter 6, chapter 6, which will deal with this project schedule management. That means the project we are planning to do, how much time the project will require to deliver all the scope. The scope we have defined, how much time we need to deliver this scope. So that is the main scope of this schedule management chapter. All right. So what we'll see there are 6 processes. And among these 6 processes, 5 processes are in planning process group. Planning what we will plan, how this thing, how much time we need to deliver the scope. All right. So 5 will be in planning process group, and only 1 will be in monitoring and control process group. So this will be the 6 processes. And if you see from this chapter, we'll get finalized or final schedule that will be approved by the sponsor. So that will get from this chapter, schedule baseline. So in earlier chapter, we have got scope baseline. Now from this chapter, we'll get schedule baseline. And this chapter discussion will start with this one. Work package. We'll break down the work package into activities. All right. So this concept, this is the main concept of this chapter. You have to understand, we have created WBS in the last chapter, and WBS is the core of project management, because everywhere where WBS will be used. So if I share last class WBS with you that we created last day, let me show you. Can you see the WBS? Last day we have created. Is it visible, that WBS?
No veo.
Right. Okay. So share screen or share screen. All right. So now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let me discuss. So in scope chapter, we have actually produced this WBS, work breakdown structure. So now in scope, in schedule chapter, what we'll do, if you can remember, the last component is known as what? Work package, right? So these are work package, right? Here these 3 are work package. Here these 3 are work package, right? And under food, these 2 are work package. So work package means what? That means there are a lot of work inside this package. So from there, actually, the name come. That is actually in work package. There are a lot of tasks or activities inside the work package. Now our duty or our responsibility is to breaking down that work package into activities or tasks. Ultimately, if very simply we want to define what is project actually doing project activities, tasks or activities to accomplish the project requirements or deliverables. So doing the tasks related activities is actually simply you can define as project. So where from that task will come, the task will come from this WBS. And the lower component and the lowest component of WBS is the work package. So we will break down the work package. For example, here in Venue, we are seeing two work packages, survey and selection. So if you see one thing, here, everywhere, all the components I named as noun or gerund. There is no verb here, see? I use noun or gerund. So now is this is actually rule of thumb, the naming convention. When you will create WBS, you will follow naming convention. The component or package, everything's name will be gerund or noun. Okay, now say for example, this survey. Now we want to identify what are the tasks or activities. I am mentioning task and activities, both are same thing. In PMBOK, please remember task term is rarely used. Main term is activity. All right, activity. So if we want to identify what are the tasks or activities we need to do to complete this survey or package, can you brainstorm with me? What are the activities we need to accomplish to complete this survey activity? Let me share my white screen. Share white screen, whiteboard. All right, so survey. So this is the work package survey, right? Now, can you tell me what are the activities we need to do to accomplish this survey?
ইন্টারভিউ হতে পারে,
All right. Interview.
আবার কোশ্চেনারি হতে পারে, ব্রেনস্টর্মিং হতে পারে।
No. Please remember survey. Why we are doing survey? We are doing survey for selecting the venue of our conference, the project.
Oh.
All right. So in that perspective, so we need to finalize our venue for our conference. So what shall we do? First thing we need to do, we need to find out available venues as per our requirements, right? So what can we do? We can search or explore venues, right? For example, we need 500 participants will participate in our conference. All right. So all the venues will not satisfy our requirement, right? And sound system will be there, electricity will be there, internet facility will be there, food serving facility will be there. So all these requirements should met. So first we need to key what? Explore potential venues, right? Let me write in text that will be more understandable. So explore venues, right? Potential venues. So this is number one, right? Okay. What can be number two? Then research, right? Or what we do? We'll get the venue list, then we'll explore venues, get the venue list. And number two, get the venue list. Number three, compare, compare the venues. Okay. And finally, select the venues. Right? Select not, because there is another work package that is actually selection. So what I can see here, we can make it propose the venue.
Finalize this or propose.
Propose the venue to the approval body so that they can select from those options. So see, if we do this for activity, this one is one, this one second, this third, and this actually four. Okay. So if we can do all these 4 activities, then our survey work package will be completed. Have you understood this? Have you got me? So, yes. So,
Yes, sir.
hey, likewise, you have to divide all the work packages into activities. So if we can do all 4 activities, then survey work package will be done. So what we are doing, we are actually breaking down the work package into activities. And you have to do for all work packages, you have to do this thing. Then what will happen from WBS, you will get all the activities that you need to do to complete your project. Have you understood this concept? So from WBS, we are getting work package. From work package, we are getting tasks or activities. So if we get all the activities of all the work packages, and if we complete the activities, then our project will be completed. All right. So here also you have to, can you remember 100% rule? So when you are breaking work package into tasks, then also you have to focus on 100% rule. If any task missing, any activity missing, if you missed any activity, then this work package will not be successful. All right. So here also you need to apply 100% rule. So now see why WBS is so important, because from WBS we are getting the task or activities of the project. Now, can I go? Are you with me? I am actually now discussing a very important concept. You need to grab and understand this concept. So what we did so far, we have broken down work package into activities. Now, if we can do this thing, say explore venues. Have you seen the naming convention here? I have started with the action verb. Have you seen explore venues? Get the venue list, compare the venue, propose the potential venues. So everywhere I have started with verb, because now I am actually breaking the work package into activities. That's why I have used the naming convention. I have used the verb at the starting of the name. Okay, now explore venues. See, explore venues. Can we find out to do the exploring the venues how much time we need? We can easily find out, right? So if we search in the internet, on the internet, then we can easily, maybe it can take hardly half an hour or 1 hour, say. Say this will take 1 hour. All right. And how many resources it will require? It's actually a one-man job, maybe. So 1 man, right? All right. See, now, when we're doing this, is there any risks involved? So we can also find risks here also. So we have find resource, we have already found hour. So if we can know the rate of this man, 1 hour rate, say this man takes $20 per hour. All right. So for doing this work, can you tell me how much money required to complete this work? This one. Have you got my question? How much money required to complete this explore venues? সবাই কি শুনতেছেন নাকি?
20 USD.
How 20 USD, right? 1 man, and per man hour is $20. So 1 hour into $20. So we'll get $20. So what is happening when we are doing explore venues? We can easily identify what are the resources required and how much time required to do this, right? And if we know the rate, then also we can find out the cost of this task. So similarly, if I again analyze this and try to find out how much time it will require, time, and what are the resources required, what type, and how many resources required. And if we know the rate of the resource, then we can also know the time, duration of the activity, and also the cost. Similarly, we can also, similar way, likewise, we can get the time and we can got the dollar value. Similarly, for this task, we can get the time, the resource, and also the dollar value. All right. So, for example, it will take 1 hour. It will take maybe 30 minutes. This will take maybe another 1 hour, and propose that maybe take 15 minutes. So we can easily say for doing this survey, how much time we need. Can you say this from here? How much time we need to do the survey? Complete the survey work package. So see the fantastic thing here. So when we are breaking this way and identifying time, resource, and cost, then we can easily identify one work package duration, right? We can then say how much time it is required to finish the survey work. So we are getting time. We are also getting what type of resource we require and how many resources we require. And also we can find the dollar value of doing survey. All right. So similarly, if we break down other work packages and calculate their duration and add up or use critical path method, then we can easily find out all the activities of the work packages duration, and applying network diagram that we will study here, read here, and critical path method will get the project duration. And also we can easily identify what type of resource we need to do the project different activities and how many of the resources we need. And also we are getting the dollar value. That means we are getting the project cost also. When we will add up all the component, all the cost of all the activities, all the work packages, then what we will get? If we add everything, then you also get the budget of the project. So that's why WBS is so critical and prime for the project management. So if you can do the WBS nicely, there is no gap in the WBS. From that WBS, you can get what are the activities you need. And from that activities, you will get time, budget, and resource of the project. So that's why WBS is the core of project management. I think I have understood the concept. So I am saving this. If you have any question right this moment, you can ask me, because this is the very important question. Because based on this, we'll get the project schedule, we'll get the cost management. In the next chapter, we'll read cost management. That actually come from here, same thing. And resource chapter, we'll read resource. So resource also coming from this thing. So if you have any question right now, any confusion, you can ask me.
Reza, basically, when we'll be evaluating the task here, the dimension would be like time, cost, and resources. These are the 3 dimensions we'll be looking at, right?
These are the 3 dimensions. With this, you also need to find out the quality requirements, because for each activity, maybe there are quality component here. And based on that quality, cost can be associated and also time can be increased. High quality product, high quality activity, time you need to give more time. So that thing also you need to consider, and also the risk. Is there any risks involved here that you need to consider? Otherwise, that risk will actually jeopardize the result of the activity. So these 4 or 5 things we need to consider. Okay, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so if you are not having any question, now I'm going back to my presentation slide. Let me share my screen again. So we are starting project schedule. All right, so that's why actually I have written here work package. We'll breaking down work package into activities in this chapter. All right. Okay, so let's move. So this is actually project schedule management, chapter number 6. This is one of the largest chapters in PMBOK. All right, so 58 pages. 58 pages. All right. So see, there are actually 6 processes, 5 process under planning process group and only 1 in control schedule. So what we are doing here, let me give an overview here. So plan schedule management. This is like actually plan scope management. So here, before doing a knowledge area, starting a knowledge area, you have to plan. Every time I am saying, when you are going to do anything as per PMBOK, first you need to plan. So we are going to start scheduling of the project. Before that, we need to make plan how we will do the scheduling, how we will define activities, how we will sequence, what are the method we use, what are the tool we are going to use. That should be in plan schedule management. What will be the unit? Unit means the schedule will be calculated in days or months or hours or years. Based on your project, you will define that thing in schedule management plan. Then how we will do the estimate activity durations. Then how we will do the develop schedule process. And finally, how do you control your schedule throughout the project so that schedule baseline is not exceeded. The time boundary is not exceeded. If there is a need of exceeding your schedule or extending your schedule, then actually as per PMBOK, you have to take approval from your management or your change control board. So now, first actually you have to do the plan for the schedule. That is actually plan schedule management, and the output of plan schedule management is schedule management plan. And then define activities. So if you just try to understand what is the name is saying, define activities. That means that concept I have just explained to you, that we have to break down work packages into activities. That thing actually will be done here. We will take all the active work packages and we'll break those work packages in activities. This is actually define activities process scope. Then sequence activities. It is very important not only breaking down the activities, it is also very important to know the sequence of the activities. What thing you should do first, what thing you should do second, and so on. So that is very important. All right. If you did not do the piling part, you cannot start foundation. If you did not do the foundation part, you cannot make the roof, right? So the sequence is very important, that we will do in sequence activities. So define activities is not enough. We have to also sequence our activities. Then estimate activity durations, that I have already explained. For every activity, we need to find out the duration. The main target of this chapter is what? Finding out duration of all activities and finding out the duration of the whole project and the start date and finish date of the project. So the project definition consists of what? There will be definite start and finish date. So that we get from this knowledge area. So we'll get durations for each activity. Then develop schedule. That means we will use network diagram, critical path method, mathematical tools, and also we can use software. Using those things, we can create develop schedule, the project schedule of our project. So when the schedule will be completed, we will show the schedule to our management, and if management approve, then that will be our schedule baseline. So this is the concept of planning processes of schedule management. Then execution will start. Then your job is what? Your job is controlling the schedule so that you can deliver your project on time. All right, that is the main focus of control schedule. And if any change requires, that should go through proper change request or change management process. All right, so now let's see what is inside of each processes. So after at the beginning of every chapter, you will see key concepts. So what are the key concepts we need to understand? So there is actually a standard from PMI, practice standard for scheduling. There is a more than 100 pages book, how to do proper scheduling for your project management. So if you have time, if you have interest, you can study that. And there is also a certification related to this, PMI Schedule Management Professional. All right. So you can get the detail from there. So the main concept I have explained already in whiteboard, that is actually here. In WBS, what happens? We broken down the project into sub-components, deliverables. Then at the last stage, we got work package. Now, in this chapter, what we'll do, we'll actually break down that work packages into activities. For example, I have given an example here. Say Korim's wedding. There are two work packages, food and invitation. So we have broken down this food work package into 3 activities, and this invitation into 4 activities that I have already explained in whiteboard. This is a interesting picture. So this is actually not in the PMBOK in earlier versions. From PMBOK 5th edition, this is included. So this is actually part of that scheduling standard, PMI scheduling standard book that actually consists this figure. So that is included in the PMBOK from the 5th edition. So what it is saying us, let me explain you. So when we are going to develop our project schedule, what we do, we collect project information. What is project information? The WBS, the activities, and for activities, how many resource, time, duration we need, and what are the dependencies, right? Constraints between the activities, and what calendar we will follow, what will be the milestone of the project. So these are the project information. So after doing define activities, then sequence activities, then estimate activity durations, we will get actually this information, this information. Then what we will do, we will use some scheduling method in develop schedule process. That method is mainly CPM. Globally, everywhere, all the project management software that we are used today, like Microsoft Project or Oracle's Primavera, everywhere the heart or the core engine is actually following the critical path method. So we'll discuss how critical path method we can use, we can apply to develop our project schedule. And you will get 2-3 questions in the exam, PMP or CPM exam, to find out the critical path of your network diagram. So we have not actually seen network diagram or critical path. We'll see this in the later slides, and I will explain you will understand. Then we will use scheduling tool. So in modern era, we are not actually using the paper or a scale or pencil to draw the network diagram and then calculating the CPM. Rather, we can use any software like Microsoft Project, Oracle Primavera, or anything. But these names are not mentioned in PMBOK. All right, PMBOK just generally mention that you can use any scheduling tool. So using that scheduling tool with this project information, applying this CPM, you can develop schedule model. From that schedule model, you can present the project schedule in different formats. So see, for example, you can use this format. This is actually activity list with dates. Also, you can use this. This is actually classic one, right? Bar chart or Gantt chart we use. So that you can also use all activities name, start date, finish date, then the Gantt chart. So this is actually mostly used in all the projects, especially big projects. But please remember, in Agile, they actually don't use all these. For them, all these are bullshit. But traditional project management, predictive management, is still we are using these things. And network diagram. So we will see how to develop network diagram and how to sequence the network diagram, and how applying CPM method from a network diagram we can calculate critical path. So that we will see in this chapter. So this is the concept of this figure.
Reza bhai, in your earlier presentation, I mean the slide, basically the scheduling method, scheduling tool, these are all Venn diagram, right? So basically, which one comes first? I mean, first of all, the circle thing, and then inference drawing through this activity list, bar chart, and network diagram, right? This is how it evolves.
This is the final output actually. Huh? This is the last output, the below one.
Okay.
But first you will need this project information, otherwise you cannot
Yes.
do anything. Then you actually, in scheduling tool, this actually you can use same time. If you use Microsoft project, then the scheduling tool will come first. Then you will input all the project information in scheduling tool. Then you will apply scheduling method, that is CPM, and that will actually produce schedule model. All right. And
Okay.
that schedule model you can present in different ways.
Okay. These are the output.
These are the outputs. And here actually three outputs are shown, but if you use Microsoft project, most probably you will get 20 or more than 20 type of presentation of your project schedule. All right.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
okay, so model is the main thing. From model, you can generate other things.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So trends and emerging practices. You will see two concepts here. One is iterative scheduling with a backlog. That we discussed in the first chapter. So in Agile, what happens? We keep everything in the backlog, right? And we take the backlog items and start in iteration. At the beginning, we start planning detail. How we will do that, who will do that, how much time it will require. So that thing is actually iteration scheduling with a backlog. Another one is on-demand scheduling. That we also talked, but the name was not same. That is actually Kanban board. That means what we do, we actually use like this type of swim lane. We can say swim lane. Here we can write simply like this, to do. All right. Then this is said in progress of doing, and this can be done. And for each column, we can put the WIP. WIP means work in progress limit. Work in progress limit, we can set. So say in our to-do list, we have 10 items to do. In doing, in bracket, we set in doing, our work in progress limit will be 3. And okay, then what will happen? Your team, if the lane is free, you will take 3 items here. Unless 3 items are finished, done, if 1 item is finished, then what happened? 2 will be there. Then he can pick another one. All right, another item is finished, so he can pick another one. So this is actually on-demand scheduling or pull system. So it is actually not, the time is not driving. In iteration planning, time is driving. Iteration set, time is set 2 weeks. So after 2 weeks, you will bring the from backlog items, the items in your working area. But in on-demand scheduling, unless you have not finished the 3 items, you cannot take any more item here. All right. So it will actually on-demand scheduling or pull system. So you can only pull when there is a what is it? Scope. That means the limit is 3. So only 2 activities are here. So you can bring another one. Or 2 activities done, then you can, here is only 1, then you can another 2 here. So this way, this on-demand scheduling is work. So these are the things people are now using. All are not using actually Gantt chart, CPM. People are not using nowadays. Especially these actually comes from Agile and Kanban. So this discussion, yes, yes.
On the production floor, basically on-demand scheduling is in practice, right? The production
Yes,
floor.
right. Yes, yes, right.
Like primary, then secondary manufacturing department, then QC, then final finished goods. This is how it operates. Right? Okay.
Yes, yes. And actually, Kanban came from actually Toyota, Toyota and Toyota actually manufacturing company. Okay, so these are interesting tools that you can use also. Huh? If you can see, let me, can you see my, let me change my background. Let me change my background. Can you see my background now? Can you see?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So this is my board, and actually I actually practice this. So this is a lane to do today what I am doing and what I have done today. So this is my Kanban board for my personal management actually. All right.
Great tool.
Yeah. So you can use practicing this. Yeah. So this is actually very, this is visualized here. So my wife can also see what is happening. All right. So I am busy with what? Or I am actually just seeing movie. So you know what I'm doing actually.
Yeah.
So you can also use this. So we are actually today studying time management. That's why this sent Bali Hori, na? All right. Okay. So let's move. Tailoring considerations. Every time you need to tailor. Huh? Think about tailoring. This is very important. Life cycle approach, resource availability. If resource is not available, a scarce resource, then you have to think differently. Then project dimensions, size of your project. That is very important. Then also size and also complexity. In complex projects, actually, is generally in knowledge work type project and complex project, we use generally agile approach. Technology support. We are saying we can use Microsoft Project, Primavera, or other software tools. So if you have that support from your organization or you have the ability, then you can use technology support. In Agile, there is an interesting term. Interesting term. Term name is low tech, high touch. High touch. In Agile, though Agile came from software field, software industry, but they actually prefer low tech, high touch. Like my background, where I can easily touch my activities. I can move my touch activities. I can delete. I can write. So this is actually everyone can do. You need not to be a technically savvy guy. So this approach is, and this is actually create visualization, transparency to the whole organization. If you, for your project, if you showcase this thing, this type of board, what you are doing, what you are already done, what is in your to-do list, what is in your backlog. So everyone can see this. So they actually prefer low tech, high touch things, so that the visualization of transparency is open to everyone of the team and also for the sponsors and stakeholders. Okay. Okay, Agile. All right. So I think already we have discussed a lot of things about Agile. And there is a section in this chapter, how Agile actually do the scheduling. There is an interesting figure that I will describe. Huh? All right. So this is the plan schedule management process. So from the name, we can easily understand the output of this process will be schedule management plan. All right. And this is the planning process, if you can remember or if you can compare, so all knowledge areas, first process is planning process, first process. And you will see these three tools and techniques everywhere. You have to use expert judgment, plan actually done by whom? The experts. So expert judgment you can use, always plan for alternatives, not fix only one thing that will create failure chance. Then always do meeting with your team. Don't plan by yourself only. Involve your team as and when required. That is very, very important. Otherwise, you will not get buy-in. Then what you need to do, you have to sell your idea. But if you involve everyone, then automatically everyone will be involved because they will be responsible for the plan. But if you personally make this, then you have to sell this idea, sell this plan to others. That is very difficult. Selling is very difficult, please remember. So we'll get schedule management plan, and project charter will help us because in project charter we have high level project schedule. All right, scope management plan will help because scope will actually help us to develop the schedule. And these 3-4 will be always you need to consider. Development approach, that means whether you are going to use agile or hybrid or what. So that will actually help you to plan this schedule management plan. So let's see what is the content of schedule management plan. So in the schedule management plan, you will have these things: project schedule model development. The figure I have shown you, how that the model you are going to develop, that description will be in the planning. Level of accuracy. For high risk or high sensitive project, maybe level of accuracy of every activity is very critical. So that you need to ensure. So for example, you are working with a satellite system that will actually work. So there actually every activity's time is very, very crucial. So how much level of accuracy you need for this project, that is important, and that you need to write here. Unit of measures, at already mentioned, whether we are going to measure our duration in day, month, week, or hours. Then organizational procedural links. That means if this is actually EF, right? OPA. If there is any guideline from the organization, then you have to follow that. All right, and your duty is not only creating the model, you have to also maintain the model throughout the project. That is very important. In Bangladesh, you will see people are creating Gantt chart at the beginning of the project. And where project starts running, that Gantt chart actually nobody is following, nobody is maintaining, nobody is updating. So you have to update your schedule. Otherwise, there is no point of doing that. Then control threshold. Your sponsor, your management may set control threshold. Say your project or for a activity, you can have delay for plus minus 2 days, not more than that. So those things threshold you need to identify. All right, and how we will measure your project schedule performance. That reporting format, or there is if any format you have in your organization that you need to use. And also you can use some mathematical tool, schedule variance and schedule performance index. This mathematical tool is known as earned value analysis or earned value management. So in next chapter, in cost management chapter, I will actually discuss detail on earned value management. There actually I will cover this scheduling performance related earned value matrices and also cost related matrices. So this earned value can help you mathematically to understand your project schedule performance. All right, so every process, you will see every process is associated with this type of data flow diagram. What does it mean? That means that we are doing the project plan schedule management, output is project management plan, and inputs, where from these inputs are coming. All right, so project charter is the input, it is coming from develop project charter. And we are using 2 components of project management plan that is actually coming from the detailed project management plan. And this enterprise EF and OPA is the internal and external things that you need to consider when you are creating project management plan, schedule management plan. All right. So now next process, define activities. Already this concept is explained, and I think you all understood. So we have to define activities mean what? We have to take each work package and decompose to breaking down those 2 into activities. Likewise, we did in the whiteboard, the survey, we have broken down the survey into 4 activities. The same concept is showing here, and the responsibility or scope of different activities to taking each work package and decomposing those work packages into activities. and those activities you will keep in a activity list document. All right. So if you see the tools and techniques, ITTO, so define activities. C, main tool is decomposition. Can anyone tell me where we have seen this decomposition tool? In which process we have seen this decomposition tool? Can anyone tell me? In last chapter, scope chapter, we have seen this. Where? কেউ বলতে পারবেন যে আমরা ডিকম্পোজিশন টুলটা এর আগে কোথায় ইউজ করছিলাম, কোন প্রসেসে? কার মনে নেই?
জি না স্যার।
দেখেন একটু, যে আমরা যে ক্রিয়েট ডাব্লিউপিএস করলাম না, ক্রিয়েট ডাব্লিউপিএস, সেখানে কি করছিলাম আমরা? স্কোপ স্টেটমেন্টকে ভেঙে আমরা ডাব্লিউপিএস তৈরি করছিলাম, সেখানে তো আমাদের ডিকম্পোজিশন ছিল। So we have used decomposition in create WBS process. So again, what we are doing now, we are actually going deep. There actually we break down the scope statement into WBS. Now we are breaking down WBS or work package into activities. So the same thing we are doing decomposition. And also I have described there rolling web planning. Rolling web planning, please the definition, please see from the glossary. So the rolling web planning definition is the near-term things. Those things are coming near. That actually you will break down in detail. But those tasks or those work package is not in the future terms. Say in the next year it will come, and it also depend on other work packages or other activities. Successful completion of other work packages or activities will define those future terms. Activities or processes, activities or work packages. So those things you will break in future, decompose in future. So that is known as rolling web planning. So you have to go detail near terms for the near term work packages, and for future term work packages, you will break them down in the next stage or next time, not right this moment. So what we are getting after this different activities process, we are getting mainly three things. One is activity list. So what will happen? We will break down the work package and we will get the activities, and we'll write down all activities in the activity list. So if we in a project, if we are having say 50 work packages, and for each work package we have on an average broken down into 5 activities. So how many activities in our project? 250, right? 250. So if you can complete these 250 activities, your project will be completed. So this is actually activity list, right? Listing all the activities in your activity list document. Then see, in activity list there is no actually description, just only the name. In our case, what is mentioned? We mentioned that explore venues. So that is actually not meaning anything. So activity attributes means what we need now. You need to describe the each activity. What is the description? What the description means? Description means the title of the activity. Then what are the what type of resource required, right? And how many resources required? Then how much time it will require? What are the risks? Then is there any activity you need to do before that? That means predecessor. Is there any predecessor? Is there any successor of that activity? Successor means after doing this activity, what activity we need to do? That is actually successor. So this detailed thing should be in activity attribute. So if you can resemble with WBS and WBS dictionary. So WBS is just a graphical presentation of your component, but the description is resides in WBS dictionary. Similarly, activity list is the list, but for description of all the activities, you have to maintain activity attributes. ঠিক আছে? ঠিক আছে? All right. So one document I have shared with you, workbook. So in that workbook, in the last pages, you will see templates for WS dictionary and also for activity attributes. So if you can see those two documents, those templates, you can understand what are the content of WS dictionary and activity attributes. And also you have to find out the milestone. In these activities, in these 250 activities, what are the milestone activities? In our school, what happens? Every year we provide annual exam, right? Right? But now government has set 3 milestones. Class 5, PSC, right? Then JSC, then SSC. So in our 10 years life, these are the 3 main milestones. So in projects, you will also find out this type of milestone. So milestone is why important? Because management actually want to follow up milestones, not every detail of the task, right? They are not having the time. So milestone is very important. Milestone means we have achieved a big success or big event after 3 months or after 6 months. So that is actually known as milestone. So what will be the milestone activities that you need to also find out among these 250 activities. So these 3 are the actually main input. And change request, most probably change request not come in the first iteration. In the second iteration, maybe change requests come. Maybe you have broken down one work package into 4 activities, but when you start working, you see that one activity was missed. So you are adding that activity. So that way, change requests can come. All right. And in iteration, we have not created schedule baseline, right? We have not created cost baseline. So first time it will not come actually. When you will identify new tasks, new activity, or new things, or scope is increased, something like that, then actually you have to update your scope baseline, because that will have impact on your scope and also cost. So what we have already seen, if you increase some scope, what will happen? There will be always some impact on time and also on what? Cost. So that's why these are actually related. So if anything will change, then always we have to check and back this thing, whether it has impact in scope, time, or cost. You have always check and balance. All right. So this is the process, and this green means actually these 2 are very important. You will get 1 questions from each tools. All right. So please clearly try to understand all those tools. And these 3 are the main output: activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list.
Reza bhai, will we be getting the schedule baseline and cost baseline in the first iteration of different activities as an output?
No, second iteration, not first iteration.
So project management plan updates will come in the second iteration.
Yes, those baselines actually.
Okay.
But it is shown here because this will be repeated when the next iteration will come. All right. So last process for today, sequence activities. So what I have already mentioned, it is not enough only to find out the activities. We need to know the sequence. What activity we need to do first, what activity we need to do second, what we need to do third, and what is the constraint, what are the dependencies among the activities. That thing you need to understand. All right. So in project, every task is not happen at the same time, right? We do follow some sequence. So that is the purpose of sequence activities. So we have got, for example, 250 activities. Now we need to understand all those activities. What is the dependency? Which activity is predecessor? Which activity is successor? What activities we can do parallelly? What we must do parallelly? So these things we need to understand, and that is the job of sequence activities. So what will be the input here? Main input will be these 3 things, mainly activity list, activity attributes, and milestones that we identify in the last process. So now we will take these 250 activity list that is already in these 3 project documents, and what you will do, apply some math technique, tools and technique. So one tool is precedence diagramming method, or you can say it PDF, precedence diagramming method. All right. So this technique actually used in all the softwares, and also whenever we try to draw any network diagram, we use actually precedence diagramming method. How this name actually came, that I will mention when I'll explain in the next slides. Then we'll also see dependency. What are the dependency? Try to find out. Then leads and lags. That is another important concept. Then also project management information system. That is actually talking about the software. So if you are not having any software, no problem. You can use your paper and pen and paper. So after applying all this on this 250 activity list, for example, we'll get a network diagram, project schedule network diagram. All right. So I will show you how to draw a network diagram. And while you are doing this process, you may need to update that you have taken here as input that need to be updated, maybe. Okay, so let me discuss all these things. For CAPM exam, all these tools are very important. And without understanding these tools, actually you cannot understand the later processes of this knowledge area. All right, so I am talking about precedence diagramming method. So, for example, let me give you the example. Say A, B, C are 3 activities. All right, just 3 activities, A, B, C. So, what does it mean by this? If we put an arrow here, that means A is the predecessor of B. That means before doing B, we need to complete A. Right? Then C is the predecessor. B is the predecessor of C. Right? And vice versa, we can say like this: B is the successor of A, and C is the successor of B. Right? So this is the concept of predecessor and successor. So predecessor is the previous task and successor is the afterward task. So precedence diagramming method is seeing the precedence. That means the previous task, previous activity, we can determine what will be our next activity. So applying this simple formula, we can draw the network diagram. All right, so I will show you how to draw using this method. The concept is this. So predecessor and successor, and earlier task is known as predecessor and afterward task is known as successor. Okay. See here, if we draw a network diagram like this is actually a network diagram. What is here in the network diagram? There is a start milestone and there is a finish milestone, and all the activities. This is the example activities. So choose dates. Then after choosing date, we can finalize the guest list for our event. For example, our conference event. So first we have to select date. If we don't select the date when the event will happen, then we cannot actually finalize guest list and send invitation. Right? Because in the invitation there will be mention of the dates and times. So you have to choose date and times. So this is the predecessor. If you don't do this, you cannot do this. All right. And in this path, you see, first you have to search or explore venues, and then from those venues you can finalize the venues or select venues, right? And then you can finish the job. So see here what I have written here: network diagrams put project tasks into perspective. So if you don't draw the network diagram, don't draw the relationship between these, the tasks, then actually you cannot understand what is happening, when, what is happening, right? So that's why network diagram is very important to make project sheet. Okay, so now we are actually going to see dependency determination and integration, the logical relation between tasks. We need to find out what are the relationship between the tasks. So there are actually 4 kind of relationship you may find in the task. So what are those? One is actually finish to start. What does it mean? Activity A and activity B. If you draw an arrow from activity A to B, so that means what? Finish to start. If you cannot finish activity A, you cannot start activity B. That is actually known as finish to start. So to start activity B, you have to first finish activity A. So this is abbreviation is FS, finish to start. This activity need to finish, then you can start this. Then second type of relationship you can see, you can find in the task, that is start to start. You may have some tasks that you have to start at the same time. When you are starting activity A, at the same time you have to start activity B. Right? It happens, right? When we are doing project activities, we will get a lot of activities that you need to start at the same time. So that is actually a start to start. So for simplicity here, actually we have used 2 tasks only. But in the real life, it can also have 3, 4, 5 tasks. At the same time, maybe 5 tasks you need to start. This relationship is known as third one. This is third one. Finish to finish. That means when predecessor activity finishes, at the same time, successor activity need to finish. All right. So this is finish to finish. That means maybe A start. This can also happen like this. Like this. That means A is here. Sorry. A is here. That means A started here. But say B started actually after 1, 2, 3 days. But if there is relation between these 2 tasks F, that means both these 2 tasks need to finish at the same day. Whenever those started is not important. Important is both these tasks need to finish at the same day. So that is actually finish to finish. And another relationship is found, or you can see in the activities, that is actually just opposite to this finish to start. That is actually start to finish. That means the predecessor, the successor activity, when the successor activity finishes, then only predecessor activity can start. So that is actually just opposite to this finish to start process relationship. So 2 important things you have to remember. One thing is mostly used. Generally, we use this one, finish to start. This is the mostly used relationship between the tasks. That means we do the jobs to the task sequentially. All right. Whenever you are doing A or start to start or start to finish, you see some of the time we need to do the works in parallel. Some portion of 2 tasks we need to do parallel. All right. So where you will use these 2, that is actually depend upon your task and upon your need. It will vary depending upon your project and activities. All right. And this 4th number, this is actually rarely used in the project. All right. So sometimes a simple question comes, which relationship type generally used in the project? So always remember the sequential, the series or finish to start relationship is mostly used in the project. Okay. All right. So I think this can be the last slide. This can be the last slide for today. Dependency determination and integration. So last slide we have seen the relationship, and therefore there can be four relationships: finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and last one is start to finish. Now let me discuss about dependency. What are the dependency among the tasks? So there can be four type of dependency. One is mandatory dependency. If you can find there is some mandatory dependency between the tasks or among the tasks. For example, if you have not completed the foundation of a house, you cannot do the roof casting, right? Roof casting. So first you have to finish the foundation, then you can do the roof casting or framing. So this is mandatory. You cannot skip this. You cannot do this earlier, then this. No, always you have to follow this. That's why this is known as hard logic. All right. So this is hard logic, mandatory dependency. Second one was discretionary dependency. There are 2-3 tasks. They have dependency, but that is discretionary. Discretionary means what? The meaning of discretionary is ইচ্ছাধীন, ঐচ্ছিক, বাংলায় বলো ঐচ্ছিক বা optional. So it will actually based on your experience, your expertise, your team's expertise, what will you start first and what we will do in the second. So it will depend upon your preference, right? So this is actually known as preferential logic or soft logic or preferred logic. So based on your discussion, your preference, you can select what task you will start first and what task you will start second. For example, in Bangladesh, what do you do after rising from sleep in the morning? We start brushing our tooth, right? We start brushing our tooth. And some people actually practice what? After breakfast, they brush their tooth. So that is actually preference, right? Yeah. So someone before breakfast tooth the brush, brush the tooth, and some actually prefer after breakfast brushing the tooth. So that is actually discussion type of discussion. All right. So which one is actually healthier? Please remember, after breakfast, brushing your tooth is healthier because you'll then actually every thing actually you're cleaning from your teeth. Okay. External dependency. What is external dependency? That is actually not depend upon your team. Say government regulations. So today, I think everyone knows that today was our last day of income tax submission date. All right. So whatever you do, you have to finish by today. So this is actually external dependency. Any government regulations or weather or climate change. So these are the actually external dependency. So as a team project team, we cannot do anything. Another thing, another number 4 is internal dependency. What is internal dependency? That means, for example, you are having 5-6 teams in your project. So one team actually set up the hardware. All right. And another team's responsibility is to set up applications of software in the hardware, on the hardware. So this application team cannot start installing their software, their operating system or apps in the system unless your hardware installation team doesn't complete the installation. So both are your team, but you have to depend on your other team's completion to start this work. So that is known as internal dependency. All right. So please remember these 4. You will get at least 1-2 questions from these 4. And also in the last slide, we have studied the relationship, right? This, you will get another 1-2 questions from this slide. All right. So this is all for today. 381 number slide we have completed today. So this is the end of today's class. So if you have any question, any confusion, you can ask me. I'll be here for a couple of minutes. Thank you. So in the last class, this was our last slide in the last class. So দেখা যাচ্ছে তো না আমার ভিডিও এবং অডিও এবং আমার স্ক্রিন দেখা যাচ্ছে?
জি স্যার দেখা যাচ্ছে।
Okay, so let's start because it is 7:40 now. So we are actually seeing the third process, right? The sequence activities process. And there actually we are seeing dependency determination and integration. And we talked about 4 type of dependency: mandatory, discretionary, external, and internal dependencies. So when you will identify activities and when you will sequence the activities, then you need to consider 2 things. One is logical relationship. That was the earlier slides. The 4 logical relationship. This one, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. And these are the 4 dependency. So in the exam, you will get minimum 2 questions from these 2 slides. All right. So concept should be clear. Concept should be clear so that you can give answer. So let's see the next slides. So next thing, another important concept is leads and lags. You may get one question also from here, leads and lag. So when we are considering the relationship and dependency between the activities, one important thing you also need to consider is leads and lags. What is lead? For example, when we are doing the roof casting, ছাদ ঢালাই দিচ্ছি আমরা, roof casting. At the second day, immediately on the second day, we can't do anything on the roof. It takes 20 to 28 days for this casting to properly what I say, মানে জমার জন্য বা properly ঠিক হওয়ার জন্য. So after 28 days, we can start other activities on the roof. So if we use just like this roof casting, and then next activity is say new piling on the roof or new pillar creating on the roof. So this new pillar, and if we say this relationship is finished to start, then what happened? What happened? After roof casting, immediately next day we can start pillar creation on the roofs. But actually, practically, that is not possible. So that's why we actually use lags. Lags mean actually pushing the successor activity further. That if we write like this, fs plus 28 days, that means when this activity will finish, after 28 days, we can start this activity. So this type of relationship is known as lagging. So we are lagging or pushing the successor activity further by here, in this case, further by 28 days. So this is actually lagging. All right. So this actually required in different kind of project activity, these things required. And another is lead. Lead means just opposite of lag. Say one activity is A and it takes say 10 days. Another activity is say B, which will take 5 days. So total how many days we need? We need total 10 days, 15 days, right? 15 days. But if the activities are not mandatory, they are discretionary type activities, that means it is in our discretion which activity we should start first, or can we do it parallelly or not. So those kind of activities which are not discretionary dependence, mandatory dependency, we can actually use lead. For example, if I write the same thing like this, A activity 10 days, and what I am doing here after 5 days. After 5 days, I am starting activity B. And I am showing the relationship like this. And I am writing this finish to start minus 5 days. That means what? Earlier, after 10 date, we can start the activity B. But now what we did, we said that finish to start minus 5. That means when this predecessor activity already done by 5 days, then we can start the B activity. So what we are doing, we are actually providing or giving lead to the successor activity by 5 days. We are starting the later activity or successor activity 5 days earlier than the earlier plan. So that is known as actually leading. So leading means what? If we use lag, then actually this extend the time. But when we use lead minus, then actually it squeeze the or compress the time. All right. So this is the difference between leads and lag.
রেজা ভাই লাস্টেরটা একবার বলবেন সামারিটা when we do the lead then what is going to be the impact?
So you can see also here. So lag adds time and lead removes time. All right. It is compress or shorten the time of completing the two activities. And when we are using lead, it actually, if you see the figure, if we use lead, sorry, mouse is jumping. If you see this figure, when we are using lead, then actually these two activities are happening in parallel. Some of the portion, it is happening in parallel. All right. But generally in lag case, it actually pushes the later activity, the successor activity by further duration. So this is actually lead and this is actually lag. So lag adds time, total time increased, but lead removes time. That means total time of doing those two activities will be shortened. All right.
So basically it reciprocate the meaning of leads and lag. No, I mean the opposite meaning. Which usually comes in PMI way.
Okay. So there is a problem here. This is a tough problem. This is actually depending upon the concept we have learned so far. These are the activities A, B, C, D, and this is milestone 1, this is milestone 2. Most probably you can get a question in PMI exam like this question. And this is one of the difficult questions, but the same concept is used. And it is actually mentioned here which activity takes how many days. So the math is actually how many days you need to come from milestone A to milestone B. So that is the question. Activity A has a duration 20 days, activity B 10 days, activity C is 5 days, and activity D 6 days. So from milestone A to milestone B, if you want to come from A to B, how many days you will need to complete all these activities between these two milestones? So this is the question. So I am not solving the problem right now. This will be a home task for you. Try to find out the answer. There are 4 options here, and one answer is correct from here. So try to find out the right answer, and in the next class we will solve this. All right. So if we use project management software, that is actually very important when you are doing scheduling, because that will actually make your life easy. So we are talking about sequence activities outputs. The main output of sequence activities is project schedule network diagram, and generally it looks like this. All right. So these are the activities name, and this is the beginning of the project, the start date, and this is the ending of the project. And in the middle, all of the activities, those we have identified from where? From work packages and activities, right? So those activities are all this. Just name are not given the proper name, just A, B, C, D are used. And you see, these are the relationship that we just read in today's class and last class. So start to start, and between these two activities, there are 15 days. What is this? Lagging, right? So after finishing F, after 15 days, we can start G task. And this arrow actually showing the relationship between the tasks. And this rectangle, this is the PDM thing, precedence diagram method. In precedence diagram method, the activity is shown as rectangle, and the activity name is put in the middle. And at the top, duration is written, how many days it will take, this A activity. And on the arrow, the relationship are mentioned on the arrow. So if there is no mention of relationship, not finished to start to start, or anything, any of the four. So can anyone say this B and E means what? What type of relation? Is it finished to start to start, or what? That is not mentioned here, right? Not mentioned here, not mentioned here. Somewhere it is mentioned. So when it is not mentioned, then actually what type of relation is this? Can anyone say?
Discretionary.
No, I'm talking about relationship, logical relationship, finish to start to start, finish to finish. There are 4 types.
Finish to start?
Yes, it is always finish to start. The arrow actually showing that if I don't finish G, I cannot start, finish the end. Or if you see here, you have to finish H before you start F. So this is actually finish to start relationship. So generally, if you use finish to start relationship, you no need to mention because it is obvious, mostly used. But if you use other type of relationship, then actually you need to mention clearly that the relationship. All right. So mostly used relationship is finish to start, and rarely used is the opposite, start to finish. All right. So this will be the network diagram when we will do the sequence activities process. So let me.
SS plus 10. Start to start plus 10.
That means what? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So for example, we put H and I start to start plus 10 days I. That means if this H start on 1st December 2020, then actually I will start plus 10 days, after 10 days of starting this activity. That means 11 December, we can use activity I.
Okay.
All right. So this is meaning this actually.
আরেকটা এখানে ছিল যে প্রজেক্ট ডকুমেন্টস আপডেট ইনক্লুড বাট নট লিমিটেড টু, এটা বলতে কি বোঝাচ্ছে অ্যাক্টিভিটি লিস্ট?
এটা তো যে if we go back and see the diagram, it is talking about this thing actually.
Okay.
This one. Yeah. Mouses. Okay. Project document updates. These 4 can be updated, and in everywhere you will see in PM box not limited to.
Okay, মানে
this phrase is used. That is open.
Option open রাখছে আর কি.
It is not mandatory. It's only these 4 will be updated. Others document you cannot update. That is not mentioned here. It is open actually. So PMP was not that prescriptive, not
Yeah.
prescriptive. Actually, you can do a lot of things of your own. No problem on that.
এবার আমার এখানে একটা কোশ্চেন আছে, সেই কোশ্চেনটা হচ্ছে কি বেসিক্যালি এই যে ক্যান ইউ গো ব্যাক টু দ্য স্লাইড, এই যে
Please.
ITTO, it was like first iteration ke we'll be getting to know this all the things, the activity list, assumption log. First iteration ke we will be getting all this thing as an output. Sequence activity te first iteration ke we will be getting to know all the outputs. এই 2 number point এ যেগুলো পাচ্ছি,
Activity attributes. Oh, this one. This output we have already got in the earlier process, define activities. Then define activity process we have already
জি
created these activities.
জি
So that is actually taken as input here. And after doing this process, if there is any update required, then you can update all those.
okay.
So yes, first iteration you will get this. Okay.
ঠিক আছে জি
Because you have to follow the sequence. In scope chapter, we have broken down the project into WPS, and in this chapter, through define activities, we have broken down work package to activities, and those activities we are now actually sequencing.
জি
We are creating the network diagram. But in the second iteration, if you identify any new work package, for example, you have got another new work package that you need to break down into activities, then define activities will happen. With that process, it will be broken down to activities, and here it will be again used to sequence the activities.
Yeah.
Okay.
তার মানে the project document updates is a normal way of doing things as an output. মানে এটা আসবেই।
And every year you will see these two actually common. One is project document updates, and another one is planning document updates. So if it is not mentioned that planning document is not updated, but you can update this. If required, you can do anything. No restriction.
Yeah.
That for the exam, just you need to remember where it is updated or not. That you need to remember for the exam. But for real life project management, you can do anything. All right, so this is the output. When you are creating network diagrams, some rule of thumbs is very important to remember. So there should be a starting point and ending point of the network diagram. And there are predecessor for all activities and successor for all activities. And there are no loops. Loops, I am meaning loops by actually deadlock. You will not see any deadlock situation. So if you see, if all the activities are having predecessor and successor, all activities. All right, and there are no loop. Loop means deadlock situation. From start to end, there are a lot of paths, you see. So this is at one path. In this path, you can actually move from beginning to start. So everywhere, if you follow any path, you can reach the end using any path. It will not happen like that. The deadlock situation, you cannot go to the end. That will not happen in the network diagram. So these are the actually rule of thumb. And there will be no hangers. No hangers mean you will not find any activity which are not having predecessor and successor. Every activity is having predecessor and successor. Hanger means like this. The activity is just floating and no connection with the end. And no, it is not just it is floating. No. Everywhere you will see predecessor and successor with all the activities. So when you are creating network diagram, just you need to keep this rule of thumb to follow.
Sir, I have a question.
Please.
স্যার ওই সফটওয়্যারের ক্ষেত্রে যদি আমি চিন্তা করি, সফটওয়্যারটা ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত লঞ্চ করা হবে না, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত মানে এক্সাক্ট আমার আউটপুটটা না আসবে, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত টেস্টিং করবে, তারপর আবার রিপ্রোগ্রাম করবে, তারপর আবার যদি ওকে হয়, ওকে না হয় আবার রিটেস্ট করবে। তো এইভাবে মানে এটাও তো একটা মানে লুপ ওয়ার্কের মধ্যে পড়তেছে না?
বুঝলাম না।
মানে স্যার একটা সফটওয়্যারের আউটপুট যেটা মানে আমি যে আউটপুটটা চাচ্ছি ওই আউটপুটটা না আসা পর্যন্ত মানে টেস্টিং এর পরে আবার তো মানে চেক করা হয় যে আউটপুট আসছে কিনা, না আসে তারপর আবার আবার রিপ্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে, আবার টেস্টিং হচ্ছে, এরকম ভাবে একটা লুপিং হচ্ছে না? বা এই ক্ষেত্রে মানে
লুপিং
এটা
হচ্ছে, but I am talking about deadlock situation. In programming, you will see sometimes it is showing undefined or infinity লুপের মধ্যে পড়ে যায় প্রোগ্রামিং লিখতে গিয়ে, এবং হ্যাং করে যায় একদম। হ্যাঁ, আপনার তো কম্পাইলার শাটডাউন করতে হবে। সো আই এম টকিং অ্যাবাউট দ্যাট সিচুয়েশন। নেটওয়ার্ক ডায়াগ্রামে এরকম কিছু পাবেন না যে খালি মানে ডেডলকে পড়ে গেছে, এখান থেকে বের হতে পারছে না, এরকম না।
আচ্ছা,
ঠিক আছে, আপনার যে টেস্ট করতেছেন, করতেছেন, আবার করতেছেন করে কিন্তু ফাইনালি আপনি বের হবেন, তাই না? সেটা ইউ ক্যান ডু, নো প্রবলেম।
এক্স্যাক্টলি।
কিন্তু যে বের না হতে পারেন যদি কম্পাইলারে হ্যাং করে, দ্যাট মিন্স মানে কোনো একটা ভুল করছেন যার কারণে এটা লুপে পড়ে গেছে, ইনফাইনাইট লুপে পড়ে গেছে। মানে 1 কে যদি 0 দিয়ে ভাগ করেন, তাই না?
এক্স্যাক্টলি।
Okay, so let me draw a network diagram with your participation. All right, so there is a table here shown here. So in the table, in the first column, we are seeing the names of the activities, and in the next column, the predecessor of all these activities. So from here, from this table, can we draw the network diagram? So how can we draw the network diagram? Let me show you. This is very simple. First thing, what you need to do, you need to write start, starting of the network diagram. Then activity A, and if you see the start, it has no predecessor, right? So there is no predecessor of S start. Then activity A, and activity A has a predecessor that is a start. That means we have to put A somewhere like this place, and we can draw a arrow. That means what? A activity has a predecessor that is start, right? You understand? So activity A has a predecessor, and that is a start. Then B activity has a predecessor, and that is A. That means we have to draw B somewhere in this place, B. That means B is having a predecessor, and that is A. Are you getting me? Then C. So where we put C? We have to put C here, and we have to draw arrow to show that B is the predecessor of C. Then you see D. D is one activity that has a predecessor, and that is actually start. That means we should not put it here, right? We have to put it like this, D, because this predecessor is start. So we are getting another path actually, right? And then E. So where shall we put E? Where? In this path or this path? Where we will put E? Can anyone say?
D, after D.
After D, right? After D, we should put E. All right. Then F. So if we draw F, this predecessor of B. That means we have to draw here, because its predecessor is B. All right. Then G. So G's predecessor is C. So we need to draw somewhere after the C. Okay. Then H. H is predecessor is D. Then that means we need to draw here. After D, we can start H or H. Then I. So I will have two predecessors. See, I will have two predecessors, E and H. That means where shall I put? We have to put here. And we have to draw two arrows, right? E and H, then we can start I. All right? And let me draw the last one. Okay, I have put everyone to mute because someone was talking. All right, so see the last one. Finish FGI. That means there will be a point, finish, FINISSH, finish, and each predecessor are three predecessors. One is F, so draw a line from F, then G, draw another line from G, and I, draw another line from I. So if you see, every activity is having predecessor and a successor, and how many paths are here? Can anyone tell me how many paths are here? So this is one path, right? Path means from start to end, in which path we can move from start to end. So this is one path, A, B, C, G. Another path is, hello?
Maybe.
Yeah, chapter, right. So another one is this path. Another one is this path. And another last path is, the fourth path is this one. All right. So sometimes in exam, very simple question comes. How many paths there are in this network diagram? So answer will be 4 paths. All right. So this way, just only looking the or seeing the predecessor, we can draw the network diagram. So that's why the name of precedence diagramming method come from here. Just seeing the predecessor of a activity, we can draw the network diagram. That's why the technique is known as precedence diagramming method.
Reza bhai, in that case, without drawing the diagram, can we take an inference? Is it possible? No, we will have to invest time over here.
Yeah, you have to invest time over here. Otherwise, you may make mistake.
Okay.
So it is always better to draw this. You will get a whiteboard in your exam system. So on the whiteboard, you can draw like this.
Okay.
So you should draw the in the whiteboard, and also, and that whiteboard actually expandable. That means you can expand at any side, right, left, below. So you should not delete this, because sometimes what happens after 3-4 questions, you may get another question related to the same network diagram.
Okay.
So if you delete that, then again you need to draw, and that will take time. So it is always better to keep that, because the page is actually unlimited. You can draw right anywhere. Okay.
Okay. Good tips. Thank you.
Network diagram actually mostly comes very easy network diagrams. But if you see any complex network diagram, then actually put that for review or mark it for review, because it will take 4 or 5 minutes only for 1 marks. So it is better to come back later on if you see the question is very tough. Otherwise, generally this type of questions, generally it is easier to answer.
Okay.
All right, so estimate activity durations. So what we did so far, we have break down the work packages into activities, and we have sequence those activities and make our network diagram. Now, this chapter, what we are actually targeting to do, our main target is getting the schedule, making the schedule of the project. And also another target is which activity will take how much time, and which activity will start when and finish when, and also the whole project when start and when finish. So how can we do that? We have to calculate duration for each activity. Then solving the network diagram or analyzing the network diagram, we can use using the critical path method that we'll see in the later processes. So using the critical path method, we can easily find out the project schedule, and we can also find out when each activity will start and each activity will finish. So from this chapter, this process, not chapter, this process, our target is find out the duration for each activity. All right. If you see the name, estimate activity durations. That means from work package, we have find out the activities, and now another task, another responsibility of project manager or project team to find out the duration for each activity. All right. So if we can get or estimate each activity duration of this work package, then we can easily find out the work package total duration. So similarly, if there are say 50 work packages, and for each work package you have on an average 5 activities, then you can easily calculate the project duration. All right. That actually I shown you in the last class, how to breaking down the survey work package. And I have actually shown you the concept that from work package, from WBS, work package and activity, we can find out the project schedule, also find out the cost of the project. So now we are actually talking about the techniques, tools and techniques that we will apply to find out duration for each activity of each work package. All right. So what will be our main input here? Scope is one important input, then activity attributes, activity list, then milestone list, and if you see these four I'm drawing here, these four input has we took this from actually resource management chapter. Chapter number 9 will discuss about project resource management. From that chapter, these inputs are taken. All right, because if you don't know which resources are working in which activity, you cannot actually get the actual value of the actual duration. What does it mean? It means actually for a activity, say for one activity A, if you use a novice or new employee who is not having any experience, maybe he will take 10 days to complete this. But if you can involve an experienced guy, maybe he will finish this task in 3 days. So that's why before actually finding out the duration, you also need to understand in which activity who is going to work. So that will actually help you to find out the estimate more accurately. So that's why these four inputs that will be generated in the resource chapter. And what does it mean? Let me explain. Project team assignment. Team assignment means that thing, who is actually going to do this activity. All right, because based on that actually duration counts. And resource breakdown structure, it will help you. Resource breakdown structure means we have talked about work breakdown structure, right? Breaking the project into components. Resource breakdown structure is the resources you need for the project that you will break down by category. For example, we need programmers, we need engineers, say we need testers, we need architects. So these are the groups. Then under this programmer, you may break down again senior programmer, junior programmers, right? So this kind of hierarchical diagram is known as resource breakdown structure. Then another important thing that you will get in the resource chapter, that is resource calendar. What is resource calendar? That means before doing the duration counting, duration estimation, we need to know the calendar of every resource. For example, one resource will be on leave on December. So if you involve any resource who is on leave, who will be on leave on December, in any activity which is happening in December, then that work will not be finished because he will be on leave. So you need to know the calendars of the resources that you are going to involve in the activity. So that is known as resource calendars. And resource calendar is not only tagged with the people resource or team resource, it is also tagged with the facilities, equipment, or machineries. For example, one machinery, say excavator is used in one project now. So another project, if you want to use that excavator, so what will happen? You need to wait and you need to find out when that excavator is free for your project. So you have to use those resource calendar when you are estimating for your activity durations. And the last one is resource requirements. That means for each activity, what type of resource you need and how and what quantity resource you need. Those two things is known as resource requirements. To complete activity A, what type of resource I need and how many resource I need or how much resource I need. So that is actually resource requirements. So these 4 input we have taken from the resource chapter. That means before doing this process, right, we need to complete one process. These 4 are actually output of one process of resource chapter, and the name of the process is estimate activity resources. The name of the process is estimate activity resources. We will see this in the resource chapter. That means what type of resource we need to complete an activity. So that thing we will get in resource chapter, and from there we will use this for as inputs. So before doing this process, please remember you have to complete this process in the resource chapter. All right. Okay, so these are the inputs. Now, what are the tools? What are the tools? I will talk about 4 or 5 new tools here, and from each tool, you may get one question in the exam. So you need to understand what each tool set technique means. That we need to understand. So what we are going to do? We are going to estimate duration for each activity. So how can we estimate? Say for example, activity A, we want to estimate how much time it will require to finish activity A. We can use our expert judgment, our previous experience, or other experts who work similar kind of projects, similar kind of activities. So from him, we can take expert judgment. All right. So this is a simple technique that we are, that tool technique that we are using for most of the planning processes. Second tool that is very important, and you may get one question from analogous estimating. Analogous estimating means, for example, you have done similar kind of project earlier and same kind of activity you did earlier. So from there using the analogy, you can say that the same activity, the earlier project, it take 10 days. So as this is the similar activity, it will also take 10 days. So if you estimate using some previous experience analogy, then that is actually known as analogous estimating. And from historical data, if you estimate. Then let's discuss parametric estimating. Parametric estimating, that is actually we use very frequently. For example, say we are going to put tiles in our floor. So if one tiles take 10 minutes time to put on the floor, and the floor size is say 300 square feet. All right. So then we can easily calculate how much time we need to finish the floor. So tiles, we want to put new tiles on the floor, and each tiles actually take 10 minutes, and the size is 16 by 16. So for total 300 square feet, how much time we will need? So this is known as parametric estimating. That means using some arithmetic, multiplication, addition, referring some unit measure. If you calculate the total amount of time, then that is known as analogous estimate, parametric estimate, using some parameter or variable.
রেজা ভাই এখানে অ্যানালগাস এস্টিমেটিংটা মোর অর লেস হচ্ছে কি একই কাজ, কমপ্লেক্সিটি কম বা বেশি হতে পারে। আর প্যারামেট্রিকটা মোর অফ ঐকিক নিয়ম, আপনি অন্য একটা ভিডিওতে বলেছিলেন।
ঐকিক নিয়ম আর কি, arithmetic. Yes.
জি, থ্যাংক ইউ।
And 3-point estimating. 3-point estimating, there is a formula. I will discuss that formula in next slides. So I am skipping for the time being. Let me discuss about bottom-up estimating. What is bottom-up estimating? Say, for example, you are going to estimate activity A. All right, but the size of the activity A is big. You cannot estimate. So what you can do, you can break down this activity into smaller components like A1, A2, and A3. All right, then you estimate. A1 activity it will take 5 days, it will take say 7 days, and it will take 10 days. So now adding up this, all this duration of this activity, 5, 7, 10. So we can say this activity will take 22 days. So this is actually bottom-up estimating. We are calculating the estimate for A, breaking down that into smaller activities, and then calculating it from bottom up, we are getting the value of A. So that is known as bottom-up estimating. Okay. So let me
বটম আপ এস্টিমেটিং এর একটা এক্সাম্পল কি দেওয়া যায়? এমনি রিয়েল লাইফে আপনার কোন প্রজেক্ট থেকে?
হ্যাঁ, হতে পারে যে কোনো একটা বড় মানে চাঙ্ক অফ অ্যাক্টিভিটি যেটা বিগ দেখাচ্ছে। আমরা যখন এস্টিমেট ব্রেকডাউন করছিলাম ওয়ার্ক প্যাকেজকে, সেটা অনেক বড় সাইজ ছিল আসলে। আর যখন আমরা এস্টিমেট করতে যাচ্ছি তখন বুঝতে পারছি না যে এটা কত সময় লাগবে। তখন আমরা কি করি, তখন এই কাজটাকে আর একটু ভাঙি যে আসলে এর মধ্যে কি কি ছোট ছোট কাজ আছে। ঠিক আছে, সেই ছোট কাজগুলোর এখন আমরা ডিউরেশন বের করি। সো বের করার পরে তখন আসলে আমরা অ্যাড করে বলতে পারি যে আসলে বটম আপ অ্যাপ্রোচে যে কত সময় লাগবে উপরে কাজটা করতে।
এই বটম আপ এস্টিমেটিংটা ওই ওয়াটারফলে বেশি এফেক্টিভ নাকি আমাদের অ্যাজাইল স্টাইলে বেশি এফেক্টিভ?
না, এটা সব জায়গায়, মানে অ্যাজাইলে বড় কাজগুলোকে বলা হয় এপিক। তো এপিককে ওরা ভেঙে ছোট করে যাতে সহজে এস্টিমেট করা যায় আর কি। সো এটা সব জায়গায় অ্যাপ্রোপ্রিয়েট। আচ্ছা, চাঙ্ক অফ ওয়ার্ক তাহলে আপনি ভাঙবেন যাতে আসলে এস্টিমেটটা আরো পারফেক্ট হয়। সো
ভাইয়া এটা একটু জাস্ট জিজ্ঞাসা করছিলাম যে বটম আপ এস্টিমেশনের সাথে ভাইয়া তাহলে ওয়ার্ক ব্রেকডাউনের
মিল আছে,
রিলেশনটা কত? মানে এটা কি আসলে ওয়ার্ক ব্রেকডাউন স্ট্রাকচারের পরে যে প্যাকেজগুলি আছে সেগুলিকে আরো ভেঙে এস্টিমেট করা?
না, ওয়ার্ক প্যাকেজ না, ওয়ার্ক প্যাকেজে তো আমরা অলরেডি টাস্কে নিয়ে আসছি। এই টাস্কে যদি আবার ভাঙার দরকার হয়, টাস্কেও কিন্তু আমরা ভাঙতে পারি, তাইলে মানে একই অ্যাপ্রোচ, জাস্ট ওই ডিকম্পোজিশন করতেছি আর কি, বাট ইট ইজ নাও at task level. Okay, so analogous estimating is, you need to understand the difference between this bottom up and analogous estimating. Analogous estimating, we are using historical data, and this is actually top-down approach. Top-down approach, analogous estimating, because from top, using analogy, we are saying that this task will take this much time. So analogous estimating is top-down, and this is not actually very accurate. Accuracy is low, but it is actually very fast. All right, because from the top you are saying that it will take this much time. And if you say bottom up is actually time consuming. It will take more time, but the accuracy is high because you are now breaking the task into a smaller subtask, right? So it will take time, but the accuracy will be high. So this is the difference between analogous estimation And analytical estimation is also known as top-down approach, and or top-down estimating, and bottom-up estimating is the vice versa of analogous estimating. So this is actually faster but low accuracy, and bottom-up estimating is, it may take time, but its accuracy is high. So it is not necessary that all the estimation technique you need to use in a single project. In different project, you may use different kind of estimation. All right. So tailoring. Here you have to remember tailoring. Not all the tools is required for your project. Okay, next is data analysis, and two analysis you can use. One is alternative analysis that we already talked. So you can have plan A, B, also for estimation of a task. Reserve analysis is very important. Reserve analysis. This reserve analysis from now on, most probably in every chapter you see this reserve analysis. So what is actually reserve analysis? So term this reserve. Huh? So reserve means we are actually keeping some time, extra time, or buffer time. We can use also buffer term, extra time or buffer time to what? To fight with or to minimize the risk or unwanted situation in the project. So for example, for one task A, if we say straightway it will take just 10 days, then what will happen? If there is any risk, say for example, the programmer who was working on this activity, he is ill, then what will happen? You cannot finish this activity on 10 days. So what we do actually, we keep not the ideal time always. Ideal time is the exact time, 10 days. No, what we do, we actually keep some additional time to handle the risk, different kind of risks that maybe the employee on leave or unwanted sickness or any political situation. Earlier, what happened for political situations? Sometimes there are hartal strike, and we actually sometimes miss the office, so we can't work. We cannot work. So for those kind of unwanted situations, unknown situation or known unknown situation, we use buffer time for activities. That is known as reserve analysis. So you have to analyze for each activity, is there any buffer need to keep to handle those unwanted situations. So this reserve analysis is two type. This reserve is two type. One is actually we say this as contingency reserve. Contingency reserve. So reserve is two types. One is contingency reserve. বাংলায় বলে আসলে আপদকালীন reserve. Another one is management reserve. Management reserve. So reserve is divided into two parts. One is contingency reserve, and one is management reserve. So what is contingency reserve? That is actually to deal with known unknown situations. You can write known unknown situation, known unknown situations. তার মানে জানা কি known unknown, জানা অজানা situation. একটা হচ্ছে unknown unknown situation, unknown unknown situation. এটার জন্য আমরা ম্যানেজমেন্ট রিজার্ভ ইউজ করি. So let me give you an example to understand the difference between contingency reserve, known unknown situation, and unknown unknown situation. For example, in Dhaka, so in the rainy season, what happens? Lot of rains will happen, we know. So, for example, the Roads and Highway Division, Department of Bangladesh, they plan that in the rainy season will not do any roads and highways work, because for the rain, it will the work will be hampered. So they actually choose to work on in winter season. All right. In winter season, there can also be rain, but from climate, from our from our earlier history, we can easily find out how much rain it happens in the rainy season, in the winter. say 1% chance of rain on winter season. So if 1% rain happen at that project time, then the work will be hampered by 1%. But in the rainy season, the chance of raining is 80%, say. All right, the work will be hampered by 80%. That's why they plan to work in winter. But in winter, there is also chance of raining by 1% or 2%. So this is known as known unknown situation. So if we can put some buffer for dealing with this 2% rain, then that is known as known unknown situation, because we know how much chances of rain is having in Bangladesh on winter. But for example, in winter, first time in Bangladesh, say you are seeing what I say, ice হয়ে গেল, তুষারপাত হলো, তুষারপাত হয়ে গেল এবং 10 ইঞ্চি বরফ জমে গেল. So that is actually unknown situation that we actually never planned because we have not seen that earlier. All right. So these two situations can happen for any activity, for any project. So for each activity, you have to find out this known unknown situation if there is any, and you have to keep contingency reserve for, as we are in time schedule chapter, we have to keep contingency on time, about time. So 10 days, we may put another 2 days buffer. And management reserve, that is actually unknown situation that we cannot see beforehand. So this management reserve, if required, then this reserve will be given by the management. All right, not you are estimating. This will be estimated and given by your top management. All right, so this is the main difference between contingency reserve and management reserve. Another important thing is project manager, PM, is having the discretion to use contingency reserve. But here, PM is not having any discretion to use the management reserve because it is on the hand of the sponsor or the top management. So if situation occurs, then you will request the management for extra fund, additional fund. Then if management approve, then only you can use that fund. All right. And another very important thing is contingency reserve is part of schedule baseline, but management reserve is not part of schedule baseline. All right. So these are the difference between these two reserves. And you are surely going to get 1 or 2 questions from this reserve, these two type of reserves. So in my slides, especially in cost chapter, we will again see reserve chapter, because in schedule chapter, we are talking about schedule reserve, time reserve. But in cost chapter, we will again see this, and we will then discuss about cost reserve, how much money extra money we need to put for contingency reserve and also for management reserve. So there you will see the detail of the difference between these two. But the concept is same. Here we are talking about schedule, time, and there in cost chapter, we will talk about cost. Okay, 7 is voting. So if there is any conflict, so always it is better make consensus between a team to estimate about anything. Don't push or don't impose anything on your team. Let the team decide how much time it is required to complete an activity. And meeting is also common because we are doing planning. So what we are getting from here, duration estimates. You see, this is actually plural. That means for each activity, we are estimating durations. And also basis of estimate. That is very important, basis of estimates. In cost chapter, you also will see basis of estimates. What is basis of estimates? That means, say, for example, your vendor, you need 50 laptops in your project, 50 laptops. All right, and your vendor in the contract terms said that he needs, your vendor needs 4 months to deliver the laptops. So these documents, supporting documents, is actually basis of estimate. So if management asks you why 50 laptops taking 4 months time, then this supporting document will help you to answer, because vendor will bring this laptops from Singapore and they will take 3 months or 4 months of time. And this is well written in your document. So when you are estimating for each activity, if there is any supporting data, information, documents, that you also keep with you. All right. So you can actually give answers. So these are the supporting data, information of each activity based on which you are actually estimating duration of activities. Okay, so one thing we'll see, 3-point estimating. There is a formula, we'll see.
Reza bhai, activity and task, we are using it interchangeably, right?
Right. But in Chromebook, mostly activity is used, not task.
Okay.
All right, so detail you will see here. And let me discuss about the 3-point estimation. You will get one math from this formula. Okay, so this is the first formula we are seeing, 3-point estimating. So rather estimating a task duration by a single number, we can actually use 3 numbers. 3 point. From there, actually 3-point estimating came. Why you are using 3-point estimate? That is also known as PART, program evaluation and review technique. To deal with risk, we actually, for one activity, say for activity A, we actually don't estimate a single point. Rather, we consider 3 things for activity A. What are those 3 things? One is, if everything goes wrong, how much time it will require to finish activity A. That means in worst scenario, maximum how much time we need to finish A. For example, that is actually known as pessimistic estimation. For example, maybe we need 20 days to finish the activity when everything is in worst situation. Not in our favor, it is actually against our favor. Now we are actually, for the same activity that we will estimate what is the optimistic value. That means in the best case scenario, if everything is in our favor, minimum how much time we need to finish this job, finish the task or activity. Say, for example, it will take only 8 days if everything is in our favor. And another thing is most likely. Most likely means, আমরা বাংলায় যেটা বলি সচরাচর. In general, actually what happens? What is the middle ground? So maybe it will take 12 days to complete. কারণ আসলে will not, for activity, we will not get the best scenario, and we also not face the worst scenario. Not the best scenario or not face the worst scenario. Maybe we'll see the middle thing. There will be some worst scenarios, some best scenarios. So it will take 12 days. That is actually known as most likely. So the formula is to estimate activity using this PART formula. This is the formula. Duration of that activity, estimate T means time. So pessimistic value, time, 4 into most likely plus the value of optimistic duration and divided by 6. So in this case, in our case, if we add this, use this formula, what will happen? 20 is the pessimistic value plus 4 into what? Most likely 8, right? 12. And what is the optimistic value? 8. And you have to divide by 6. So if you calculate this, what will happen? 20 plus 48, then 8, 56, 76, right? 76 divided by 6. What will be the result? 12 point something. That means আমাদের 12.5 দিন লাগবে আর কি. So considering the worst case scenario and best case scenario and also the most likely scenario, we are getting the estimation for this activity is 12.5 days. All right, so research oriented projects where actually we cannot actually estimate exactly, and most of the times in the project for most of the activities we cannot actually calculate the exact value, then we can use 3-point estimating considering the risks or uncertainty of the project. So this is actually known as 3-point estimating, and this is the general formula, and that is known, this formula is known as beta derivation formula for normal distribution, normal case. But the another variation of the same formula is triangular distribution formula. So this formula, if there is nothing mentioned, then you will always use beta distribution. This is also known as weighted average 3-point estimating formula. Weighted average, why? Because 1, 4 plus 1, 6. Right? For 6 items, we are dividing by 6. We are actually calculating weighted average. But this one, triangular distribution, we are not actually calculating weighted average. At the top, there are 3 items and there is no 4 here. So we are dividing by 3. So if in the exam, it is mentioned that this is a triangular distribution task, distribution activity or triangular distribution estimation in use, then you will use this formula. If nothing is mentioned or mentioned it is beta distribution or weighted average distribution, then you will always use this formula. This is
স্যার
the
মানে
main
বেটা
formula.
ডিস্ট্রিবিউশনের ক্ষেত্রে স্যার 6 দিয়ে
Alright.
মানে 6 কোথা থেকে আসলো বা 6 কি জন্য দেব স্যার, এটা একটু বলবেন?
একটু আগে তো বললাম যে because you are at the top you are having 6 items. That is, so you are actually calculating the average. So number of items at the top is 6, so that's why you are dividing by 6.
ওকে স্যার।
Shaheen,
জি স্যার, জি স্যার।
here actually item number is 3. That's why we are actually just calculating average. So we are dividing by 3. All right. Okay. So there is a example here, and there are actually other things of that formula that is not mentioned in PMBOK. That is actually you can also calculate the standard deviation and variance of the activity and also range for the activity. So all these are actually statistical terms, right? So how can you calculate a standard deviation? The same thing, we are using pessimistic minus optimistic value divided by 6. This way we can calculate standard deviation. And we know that variance is the what? Square. Variance is the square of standard deviation. So just this value, square of this value is known as variance. So what actually standard deviation means? That means the data is how much distributed from the mean or the average. So if the standard deviation is very high for one activity, that means risk is high for that activity. I am talking about the interpretation of standard deviation. So after calculating standard deviation using this formula, if you find that the value is high, that means the risk for this activity is high. Also, if you see the variance, if the standard deviation is high, variance will also be high. That means there is high probability of variation of your task to complete within the certain time. There is variance. And if you consider that standard deviation to find out the range, then you can use the value of this result, EAD, plus standard deviation. So let me explain these 3 in the example in the next slide, then you will understand. So for example, for one task, we have it is mentioned that optimistic estimate is 10 days, most likely is 16 days, and pessimistic is 28 days. So using the beta distribution formula, we are getting that it will take 17 days using the beta distribution formula. Now we are calculating a standard deviation, and we got the standard deviation using the standard deviation formula, and it is 3. And variance is the just square of standard deviation, so it is 9. Now what is the range? Range is actually this value plus minus standard deviation. What does it mean? In the best case scenario, it will minimum it will take 14 days, and maximum it will take 20 days. Within this range, we are sure that we can finish the work, finish the activity, finish the task. So this is the range. So sometimes it is required to actually inform the sponsor or stakeholders how much range the activity will take to finish the activity. So this is the minimum range. Maybe this activity will finish in 14 days, or at maximum it will take 20 days. It will not exceed 20 days. So this is actually range of the activity. So you may get 1 or 2 questions from this formula.
Reza bhai, if the standard deviation is high and the variance is high, then what does it infer? What does it mean?
That task is a lot of risks is associated with risk associated with the task.
Okay.
All right, and if you calculate the range, you will see the range is also big. All right, so you cannot actually say specifically that it will take say this much time. Actually, it is actually broaden the range. So that means why this is happening, because of the risk or the uncertainty. So we actually use to standard deviation to find out to deal with the uncertainty or risk. So for this discussion, Nasser Bhai and others, please read out the Rita chapter. Rita book, same section.
Okay.
If you have any confusion, it will be clear.
Okay.
And this standard deviation, variance, and range, this is actually not mentioned in PM book. These 3 additional formula is only mentioned in Rita book.
Okay.
And about reserve analysis, as I already explained, known unknowns and unknown unknowns, you will get everything here. And also, when you will read cost chapter, there I actually use a table to show you the difference. Okay, so we will take, this is a very long chapter. So we'll take break at 9. Huh? Decision making. So decision making, we have learned a lot of things about decision making, right? But in this chapter, one new thing is introduced in 6th edition that is actually taken from Agile practices. In Agile arena, this tool is used for voting, decision making. So the name of the technique is Feast to 5 or Feast of 5. All right. So using your 5, not talking, not using your mouth, not using your voice, you actually taking decision or vote from your team using just only hand. So for any decision, if you ask who are in favor of the decision and who are not in favor of decision, then if someone raises his hand and show like this, that means he is totally disagree with this proposition, or is against of this. Huh? And if you show 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 means full support. Yes, I am okay with this. But is 4 is also somehow okay. 3 is also okay. All right. These fingers 4, 3, this actually means the degree of support. Huh? Degree of support. How much I am supporting this. And if someone shows actually 1 or 2, that means he actually somewhat agree, but he mostly is disagree. So if anyone shows 2, 1 or মুষ্টিবদ্ধ ফিগার হ্যান্ড যদি দেখায়, then actually you need to talk with them why they are actually against of this decision, and try to convince them or try to understand their argument, and then actually again take vote. So by this way, by 1 or 2 iterations, you can actually find out the take the final decision. So this is known as feast to 5 or feast of 5, using only your hand and fingers. So you might get one question from this, because this is the new tools and technique. Okay, so output, we are getting division of estimates, and if you use range, then you can actually say like this, plus minus 2 days. Even you can say 15% probability. So you can actually use probability distribution also to calculate your estimation. That will discuss in the next process, develop schedule process. We can use simulation technique. So there we will discuss how we can say about probability using probability distribution, how we can calculate the project schedule. That simulation, and another one important simulation technique that is mentioned in PM work, that is actually known as Monte Carlo analysis. Monte Carlo analysis, that will discuss in later process what are those, and how actually using those distribution we can calculate, or we can say the probability of finishing one task or the project duration. So we are going to take break, 5 minutes break. We'll start at 9.
স্যার
The schedule process. Yeah.
আপনার এগুলো লেকচার স্যার আপনার চ্যানেলে কি বাংলাতে আছে কি? একটু ভালো মতো বোঝার জন্য মাঝে মধ্যে একটু
আচ্ছা তো
সেম
তাহলে আছে।
লেকচার না স্যার?
হুম।
ওকে স্যার, ঠিক আছে।
আমি আবার শেয়ার করে দিচ্ছি আপনাকে। আমরা 5 মিনিটের ব্রেকে যাচ্ছি, এরপরে 9টায় শুরু করব। Okay, so next process, and this is the final process of schedule chapter, develop schedule. That means all the preparation is already done. We have got activities, we have sequenced the activities, and we have also got the duration of all the activities. Now, the final process is to accumulate everything and prepare or develop the final schedule of the project. All right. So far, the discussion we did, actually nowhere actually we discuss about the date, actual date or calendar date. All right. But in the definition of project must have a start date and end date. So that start and end date we will calculate from develop schedule process, and we'll use project calendar. There is a concept of project calendar. That means the project is following which calendar, when will be our holidays, weekends, and what will be our working hours. All right, and what are the special holidays of our country, or the project is happening in that country, in which country. Based on that, your calendar should be customized or tailored. So that is known as project calendar. So if you use any software to develop project schedule, you will see that the first work or task you need to do in your scheduling tool is first you have to define the project calendar. Then on that project calendar, you need to put your activities with their duration. Then the software automatically, using its internal engine, which actually use CPM, critical path method, it can calculate the project schedule. So if you use a software, so same thing, actually same concept we are using now. We have got everything now. Now we will use adding scheduling a method that is actually known as critical path method. If you see here, to some technique, critical path method will be the main tool to prepare our schedule. All right, so input you see, lot of inputs are here. And if you can go through these inputs, you will see all these inputs actually came from the earlier processes, from define activities, from sequence activities, from estimate activity, duration, and also four input we have taken from resource chapter, estimate activity, resource. So you see activity attribute, activity list, basis of estimate, duration estimate, all we have got from earlier processes of this knowledge area. Milestone list, schedule network diagram, we have got this from sequence activities process, and this for our from resource chapter. And another new input here we are getting, that is agreements. That means if you have some agreement with your vendors, with your suppliers, so you have to include their schedule also with your total project schedule, because they are also integral part of the project. So their schedule you have to consider, you have to include in your project. Otherwise, you will not get the exact schedule of your project, because their schedule also will impact on your project. So that's why we are taking the schedule part of the agreements that you did for this project with your different vendors or suppliers. So what are the tools we will use? We'll use, first tool we will use schedule network analysis. That means the rule of thumb we have already seen in the earlier processes, and also how to make network diagram we have seen. So with that network diagram, you have to analyze, and you have to use critical path method. I will show you how to use critical path method and how to calculate critical path method to find out the project schedule. And after that, we will use other tools like resource optimization, then data analysis. That is actually advanced type of scheduling, where you can use simulation, that we'll discuss, and leads and lags, that we discuss and learn in the sequence activities process. So that and leads and lag you can again apply here to finalize your project schedule. And schedule compression, I will discuss in detail schedule compression, how you will compress or squeeze your schedule. Because for example, after calculating everything, you get that 2 years of time you will need to finish the project. But the sponsors want to finish the project within 1.5 years. So now, how do you compress your schedule? So there are two techniques. Using those, you can compress your schedule and make the schedule to 1.5 years. So that technique we will learn here. And if you have a project management information system or any software like Primavera or Microsoft Project or any other tool that you can use. And lastly, this is very important. At the beginning of this knowledge area, I told you that Agile follow defined way to estimate their schedule. So that Agile release planning, scheduling will learn from this tool. And there is a very interesting figure here when we will discuss this tool. So from there, you can easily understand in the Agile arena how actually we get or calculate project schedule. Okay, so let me go to these tools and techniques in detail. And then we will talk about the outputs. So I am skipping this slide. I will come back to this slide afterward. So say we have drawn a network diagram using PDM method, and we have got this diagram. All right. It is used using PDM. We have got this diagram. Now we have to find out the critical path of this network diagram. All right. So how do we calculate critical path of network diagram? Please remember, in the exam you will get 1-2 questions to calculate critical path of your network diagram. That they can, in the exam you can get this type of network diagram drawn in the question, or sometimes they will actually using verbose or using descriptively, they can actually describe the network diagram. Then actually from that description, you have to draw this network diagram. And then you have to solve the network diagram to find out the critical path. So if the network diagram is like this, how do we calculate critical path? So first thing we have to do is we have to find out how many paths are here. That is known as network path. How many network paths are here? So here we are seeing this is one path, and that is another path. This is third path, and this is the last path. So there are 4 paths, right? Okay. So now for each path, what you need to do, let me write in text. You have to write down the path. So first path is A, B, right? C, G, right? So I am talking about this path, A, B, C, G. All right. Then the next path is A, B, F, G. All right. And then third path is D, E, F, G. And the last path is D, H, I. সবার জন্য এটা ওকে আছে? ঠিক আছে এটা? বুঝতে পারছিস চারটা
জি
পার্ট?
স্যার
Okay, all right.
জি
So
স্যার বুঝতে পারছি
now we will use the duration of all activities. So A is 4, right? 4 days. B is 3 days. C is 1 day, and G is 2 days. So how much? How many days total? 10 days. All right. Now calculate this path duration A, B, F, G. So 4 plus 3 plus FG 6 plus 2. So 15 days, right? And for this path, DEFG 5 plus DE 4 plus 6 plus 2. 6 plus 2. So it is actually 17, right? And the last one is 5, 4, 2. That means 9, 11 days. So from this, can you say which one which path is the longest path? Which path? So this is the longest path, right? 17 days. So this is the longest path, and right, and this is known as the critical path. So if you are asked to calculate the to identify the critical path, then the answer will be DEFG is the critical path. And if you asked to find out the duration of critical path, then it is 17 days. So that means this is the critical path, DEFG, and this is the longest path. So longest path in the network diagram is known as critical path. Okay. So if we see in the next slide, you will get the answer here. Okay, so this is the critical part. And another important thing is to understand the float. What is the float of each activity in your project? So please remember, if for this project, all these are the activities. All activities are inclusive, all these activities. So প্রজেক্টে যদি আপনার এই সবগুলোই অ্যাক্টিভিটি থাকে, এর বাইরে কোনো অ্যাক্টিভিটি না থাকে, তাহলে প্রজেক্টটা শেষ করতে কত সময় লাগবে? কেউ বলতে পারবেন যে প্রজেক্টটা নিয়ে আমরা ক্যালকুলেট করতেছি ক্রিটিক্যাল পাথ, সেটার এই কয়েকটাই টাস্ক, এবং আমি সবগুলো হিসাব করে বের করছি ক্রিটিক্যাল পাথ 17 ডেজ। সো প্রজেক্ট শেষ করতে কত সময় লাগবে?
10 দিন স্যার।
17
critical path actually, that's we are calculating critical path. Why? Because critical path actually is the project duration. All right, so 17 days, we have to have 17 days to complete the project. So that's why actually calculating critical path to find out the project schedule. So critical path is the longest path, and that actually meaning that is the minimum time the project will take to finish the all activities of the project. So this is the project duration, total duration. So critical path equal to project duration. So then another concept we need to understand, that is actually float, or also known as slack. What is that? If you see the critical path, if we delay one task in this critical path D, E, F, G, if we delay one task by 1 day, then what will happen? Can we finish the project within 17 days? No, it will be 18 days. That means we are exceeding the finish date of the project. So in the critical path, all the activities are known as critical tasks. The tasks that resides on critical path, that are known as critical path. And critical path is not having any float or slack. What does it slack means? Slack means if we delay, so if we delay one task by certain amount of time, and if does not have any impact on the project finish date, then that time for that activity is actually float. তার মানে কোন একটা অ্যাক্টিভিটি যদি আমরা সময় বেশি নেই, 5 দিনের জায়গায় 6 দিন নিলাম, 7 দিন নিলাম, সেই 2 দিন যে এক্সট্রা নিলাম সেটা যদি আমার প্রজেক্ট ফিনিশ ডেটে কোনো ইম্প্যাক্ট না ফেলে, তাহলে সেই 2 দিন হচ্ছে এই কাজটার জন্য ফ্লোট কিংবা স্ল্যাক। দ্যাট মিন্স আমরা ওই কাজটা যদি 2 দিন ডিলেও করি, তাও আমাদের প্রজেক্ট ফিনিশ ডেট ইজ নট চেঞ্জিং। সো সেটাকে বলা হয় ফ্লোট অথবা স্ল্যাক। Okay. So float can be actually 4 types. Float can be 4 types. If you see the definition here, one is free float, another is total float, and another one is project float, and last one is negative float. So what is total float? If we calculate here, let me calculate from here. How do you calculate float for, say, activity C? So the longest path is 17. Next longest path is which one? This one, right? So if I deduct 15 from 17, then what we are getting? 2 days. That means in this path, for some activities, 2 days slack is there or float is there. That means if you delay some tasks of this path by 2 days, it will not actually has any impact on the project end date. So you see here actually float is 0 because this is critical path. All float is 0. But A, B, F, G. So F and G is already in the critical path, so there will be no float. But these 2 days you can use for A or can B. It will not have any impact on the project finish date. All right. Then next, find out which one the next longest path is which one. So 11 is the next longest path. So if I deduct 11 from 17, I am getting 6 days. That means in this path, some activities may have 6 days of float. So which one? So I am talking about this path, right? So D is already in critical path, so we cannot put any slack here. So for H or I, we may have 6 days of float or slack. If we delay H or I by 6 days, it will not hamper or not exceed our project finish date. All right. Now, the last part is 10 days in duration. So if we deduct 10 days from 17, we are getting 7 days. That means in this path, A, B, C, G, in some activities you may have float. All right. So for G, we cannot put any float because already it is in critical path and its float is 0. And A and B is already calculated. The float is already floated. So we will not put any float here because it is already decided that the float is 2. So only C is here, and these 7 days we, we can use as a float here. So the C activities float is 7 days. That means আমরা যদি 7 দিনও C টাস্কে ওয়েট করাই তাও আসলে আমাদের প্রজেক্ট এন্ড ডেটে কোনো ইমপ্যাক্ট করবে না। So this way you can calculate the float, and this float is known as total float. Total float, because it is actually talking about the total float in the network path of that path. All right. And there are other kinds of float here. So I have just mentioned about total float, and another type of float is known as free float. So what is free float? So free float is, for example, two activities A and B. All right, A and B. Say A will take 3 days to complete and B will take 5 days to complete. And another task is here, C, that will start when A and B both will be finished. All right. So for example, we have started both tasks A and B at the same date. So what will happen after 3 days, A will be finished. But can we start C? Can we start C? No. Why not? Because B is not still finished. To start this activity C, both of these activities must be finished because the relationship is showing that. That means though we have finished this task activity within 3 days, but still we have to wait for another 2 days because B is not finished. It will take 5 days. So this, for activity A, there is a float of 2 days. All right. So this float is known as free float. So what is free float? That is, an activity can be delayed without delaying the early start of any successor activity. So if I delay this activity by 2 days, it will not actually hamper the early start date of its successor activity C. So this is known as free float. আচ্ছা, দুইটার মধ্যে কি পার্থক্য বুঝতে পারছি আমরা? টোটাল ফ্লোট এবং ফ্রি ফ্লোট।
যেমন এটাকে আর্লি স্টার্টের সাথে 2 দিন অ্যাড করব নাকি?
বলেন।
আর্লি এই 2 ডেজ যেটা পাবে,
হ্যাঁ, মানে সাকসেসর অ্যাক্টিভিটির সাথে ইনভলভ।
আচ্ছা, মানে আর্লি স্টার্টের সাথে 2 ডেজ।
হ্যাঁ, আর্লি স্টার্ট এন্ড successor activity, immediate successor activity. All right, it is not talking about the whole network path. It is only talking about the successor, immediate successor activity. So আমরা যদি A কে আরো 2 দিন ডিলেও করে তাও কিন্তু C এর কোনো সমস্যা হচ্ছে না, কারণ C শুরু হতে পারবে 5 দিন পরে। সো আমি যদি 2 দিন পরেও শুরু করি A কে, কোনো সমস্যা নাই, কারণ এখনো আরো 3 দিন সময় আছে যার মধ্যে A ফিনিশ হবে এবং আমরা C শুরু করতে পারবো। সো এটাকে বলা হচ্ছে ফ্রি ফ্লোট। ইমিডিয়েট সাকসেসর অ্যাক্টিভিটির স্টার্টে যদি কোনো হ্যাম্পার না হয়, আগের প্রিডেসেসর অ্যাক্টিভিটিকে ডিলে করার কারণে যে কয়দিন ডিলে করতে পারবো সেটা হচ্ছে ফ্রি ফ্লোট। আর টোটাল ফ্লোট হচ্ছে টোটাল নেটওয়ার্ক ডায়াগ্রামে, যেটা প্রজেক্ট শিডিউলকে, প্রজেক্ট ফিনিশ ডেটকে ইম্প্যাক্ট ফেলবে। অলরাইট, সো দিস ওয়ান ইজ টকিং অ্যাবাউট দ্য প্রজেক্ট ফিনিশ ডেট, and this one is actually talking about immediate successor activity. So this is the difference actually.
তো টোটাল ফ্লোটটা কি আপনি দেখিয়েছেন এর আগেরটাতে?
আমরা এতক্ষণ যেটা কথা বললাম এটা তো পুরোটাই টোটাল ফ্লোট। দিস আর
টোটাল ফ্লোট ছিল আগে যেটা ছিল।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ জি, টোটাল নোটের পাথ নিয়ে আমরা বলতেছিলাম। আর এটা
টোটাল
জাস্ট
ফ্লোট
ইমিডিয়েট সাকসেসর এবং প্রিভিয়াস অ্যাক্টিভিটি।
জি।
আচ্ছা, another one is project float. So what is project float? Say for example, আপনার কাস্টমার আপনাকে বলছে যে প্রজেক্টটা ফিনিশ করতে হবে 31 ডিসেম্বরের মধ্যে 2020। বাট আমরা ক্যালকুলেট করে দেখলাম, আমরা হিসাব নিকাশ করে দেখলাম প্রজেক্ট টিম যে আমরা এটা আসলে 5th of ডিসেম্বরের মধ্যে ফিনিশ করতে পারবো। রাইট, 5th of ডিসেম্বরের মধ্যে আমরা ফিনিশ করতে পারবো প্রজেক্টটা। কাস্টমার বসে 31 তারিখের মধ্যে দিলেই হবে, এটা আমরা দেখতেছি যে 5 তারিখের মধ্যে আমরা প্রজেক্টটা শেষ করতে পারবো। তার মানে কি, we have another 26 days in our hand। এর মধ্যে যদি আমার শেষ করতে নাও পারি কোনো সমস্যা নাই, কারণ কাস্টমার 31 তারিখে এটা রিসিভ করবে। সো এই 26 ডেজকে বলা হচ্ছে প্রজেক্ট ফ্লোট। টোটাল প্রজেক্ট ক্যান বি delayed by 26 days because customer has asked for the delivery on 31st of December. All right, so it is actually project float. So in the exam, you can get questions for free float, for total float, even for calculating the project float. So you have to understand the concept. Okay. So last one is negative float. Negative float means there is issue, that there is problem, there is bug in your schedule. All right. How that bug or defect can happen? For example, task A and task B. So you have planned that the task will take 5 days, and after 5 days, you can say the finish to start relationship. You can start task B, which will take another, say, 5 days. All right. So when you're executing the project, say already 10 days, you plan to start is 1st of December, and you plan that it will finish on 5th December. That means you can start this task on 6th December and finish this task on 10th December. Right. So if it happens when you execute a project that already it is 10th December, but you have not able to start task A yet. All right. So what happens? B 10th December we have to start this task, but the predecessor activity is not started yet. So in this type of scenario, what happens? Negative float happens. If you use any project software, scheduling software, you will see the float will show negative because already it is 10th December, but the earlier but predecessor activity you have not yet able to start. So from there, actually, problem or defect created in the schedule. So that is known as negative float. So if you find any negative float in your project, immediately you have to focus on that task, and you have to solve that problem, and you have to solve the correct the network diagram for the future task. Otherwise, it will associate problem with other activities also. All right. So this is about floats, and there is another way of calculating critical path, and this is the actual or real way of calculating critical path. So far I discussed with you, that is actually the short way of calculating critical path. This way you can also get the correct answer of critical path. But if you want to get float, identify the total float of each activity, then this technique will give you the perfect answer. All right, to calculate the float and critical path. And this is actually mostly used in all the softwares and in the industry. So you have to understand how to calculate critical path using this method. And the name of this method is forward pass, backward pass. So who are from engineering background, they may have studied this in your graduation level project management course. So there you might have actually gone through this forward pass and backward pass method. So I am not showing this today because it will take 15 to 20 minutes to explain. So I will talk about this in the next class. Okay. So all this actually related to forward pass and backward pass that we'll discuss in next class. Okay, so I think today it is 9:40 almost, so we can stop here. And in the next class, we will finish the schedule chapter and also we'll start the cost chapter. And cost chapter is not that big, very small chapter. I hope in the next class we can finish the rest of the part of schedule chapter and also finish the cost chapter. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, I am actually stopping the class for today. And in the next class, we will start with the forward pass and backward pass. So we are actually in the middle of, not in the middle, and the end of schedule chapter, project schedule management. And schedule chapter is the most probably the biggest chapter in PM Box 6th edition. And there will be a lot of mathematical things, network diagram, critical path method. And in the exam, you will also get 3-4 questions from network diagram solution, solving network diagrams, finding out critical paths, then actually finding out the float of every task. So 3-4 questions you will get surely from network diagram. So I have actually separate lecture in Bangla also on this chapter detailed. So if you miss or if you can't understand from this class, you can see those classes. So today actually we will finish the schedule chapter and we will start the cost chapter. Okay. So I will start with the forward pass and backward pass. In the last class we have, let me share my screen. And also let me go live in YouTube so that you can get the video immediately after finishing the class. Just give me a couple of seconds. Okay, schedule. This is the third class on schedule. This is a big chapter. And cost chapter, cost management. So you can also target first quarter, clearing your exam on in first quarter. And also CAPM exam, those are actually want to give exam on CAPM. That is actually not changing. That will also based on 6th edition until the 7th edition is published. Okay, all right. So let me share my screen first. Share screen. And okay, share. So am I audible and visible? Can you see my screen? I am sharing with you a PDF file. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So in the last class, we actually practiced how to find out. We have seen how to find out critical path of network diagram. But that is an easy technique you can use to find out the critical path. But to find out the best way finding out the critical path in a network diagram is forward pass and backward pass. And also to find out float of each activity, the best way is to using forward pass and backward pass. All right. So this is a network diagram, very simple network diagram. Only these are the 3 nodes. 3 nodes means 3 tasks actually. So first task is A, B, C, and D. So this is the start of the network diagram, and this is the finish of the network diagram. All right. So this is a start, and this is finish. Now we want to calculate the critical part of this network. So if you can remember the earlier last class, we can actually easily find out the network path, right? By adding the first you have to identify how many paths are here. So how many paths are here? there are only two paths, right? A, B, and A, B, D is one path, right? And another path is this one, right? That is actually A, C, D. Okay. So if we add all the duration, this actually the duration. This is the activity name in the middle, activity name, and this actually at the top middle, this is actually the duration of the task. So 5 plus 5 plus 15, that is actually 30. So 30 days is the length of the first path, this path. And the length of the second path, if we add A, C, and D, we are getting 5, 10, 15, and 15. I did wrong most probably, na?
স্যার উপরেরটা 25 হবে নিচেরটা
25, right? উপরেরটা 25. 5, 5, 10, and 15, 25. And the below one is 30. Below one is 30. So this is 25, and this is, let me erase this. So from the earlier discussion in the last class, we can easily find out that this one is actually is the critical path, right? The longest path is the critical path. So this is one way to find out the critical path. But the best way, let's discuss, the best way is finding out the 4 extra variables. We have to understand 4 variables of each task. This blank space, this actually every task we can present as by 4 variables. One is earliest start. Earliest when this task A we can start. And early finish. Early finish means earliest when a task can be finished. This date we can find out from here. And this field is actually late start. And this field is known as late finish. Late start means when actually we can, at the latest, when we can actually start the task, and at the latest when we can finish the task. যদি বাংলায় বলি যে মানে আমরা খুব দেরি করতে থাকি যদি, তাহলে কত দেরিতে শুরু করলেও লেট স্টার্ট করলেও এই কাজে কোনো সমস্যা হবে না, এবং কত দেরিতে এটা ফিনিশ করলেও এই কাজের কোনো প্রবলেম হবে না। সো দ্যাট ইজ নোন অ্যাজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি লেট স্টার্ট অ্যান্ড লেট ফিনিশ। আর্লি স্টার্ট হচ্ছে কত দ্রুত আমরা কাজটা শুরু করতে পারি, এন্ড আর্লি ফিনিশ হচ্ছে কত দ্রুত, মানে বেস্ট কোন পসিবল সময় আমরা শেষ করতে পারি, এটা বেস্ট পসিবল আর্লিয়েস্ট কখন আমরা শেষ করতে পারি। সো দিস আর দ্য 4 ভেরিয়েবলস ফর ইচ টাস্ক। So there is a formula. There are actually 2-3 formulas you have to understand when you will use forward pass and backward pass. Forward pass and backward pass. So one thing is, first we have to identify early start and early finish for each activity. For each activity, you have to find out early start and early finish for each activity. This is the first rule. Okay. So our duration is given. So if we want to find out the earliest start for this task, when can we start this task earliest? This is the start. That means this is actually first day, one day. So there is no dependency. So we can start this task on first day. So the earliest start for this task is day 1. So I am writing early start is 1. Then how do we find out early finish? So for early finish, there is a formula. Early finish equal to early start plus duration, DUR minus 1. This is the formula to calculate early finish of a task. So if you want to identify early finish of this task, then what will happen? We have to, what will happen? 1 plus duration equal to 5. So we are getting 6 minus 1. That means 5. So on 5th day,
1 মাইনাস করতে হয় কেন?
formula. This is formula.
আচ্ছা, মেজর ভাই, এখানে অনেকে তো জিরো দিয়েও করে না, জিরো দিয়েও তো হয় মনে হয় না, ইফ আই কনসিডার আর্লি স্টার্ট অ্যাজ জিরো।
Yes. Zero there you can do. Same result will come. Critical path will be the same.
ওকে,
But early start and early finish day will be different then, but result will be same. Okay. So Shahid, you are asking why -1. That is actually coming a formula, because if you see here, we are starting the work on first day, so it will take 5th day, 5 days. So ultimately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just if I calculate on my finger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on 5th day, the work is finished. So that's why actually we are adding duration, but we are subtracting by 1. But this is one way of doing this. There is another way actually, but in PMBOK that way is not mentioned, but you can use in that way. In that case, actually, there is no minus there. Just early start is 0, and the early finish date is 0 plus 5 equal to 5th. 0 means first day, and 5th means 5th day. Okay, so we are not going there because that is another way of doing this, but we are actually trying to follow the PMBOK way. So that's why actually we are subtracting. And when we will actually do the backward pass, then we will actually add +1. We will use +1. That way actually it will be what I say, equalized. We are doing here minus. When we will come into backward pass, then we will again plus. So all right. So 1 and 5 early finished. Now earliest when we can start this task B. Earliest when can we start? Not 5th day, because 5th day we are working 8 tasks. So earliest we can start this task is on 6th day. All right. Similarly, this task also we can start on the 6th day, because there is dependency related to this one. If this finished, then we can start this one. All these are actually finished to start relationship, right? So that means A is done. At the same time, we can start B, and same time we can start C. So early start for B and C is 6th day. Then if you use this formula to find out this finish date, 6 plus 5 is 11 minus 1. That means on 10th day we can finish this task. Now come here. Here 6 plus 10 is equal to 16 minus 1. That means on 15th day we can finish this task. So this way we have found out these 3 tasks, early start and early finish. Now we need to calculate the early start of this task. All right. So what if we come through this way? That means on 11th day we can start this task. 11th day, right? But this relationship means what? That means these 2 tasks need to finish up before starting this task. But that means this task is finished on day 10th. That's why we are saying that on 11th we can start this task. But no way, because this task starts depends upon also this finish of this task, right? So this task is going to finish on 15th. That means another early start date is coming from here is 16th. So what shall we take? We take the highest one, right? Because these 2 tasks need to finish to start this task. We cannot take 11. We have to wait for this task to finish. So that's why this will be the highest one, the 16th. We will take the 16th one. All right. So 16 plus 15 equal to 31 minus 1 equal to 30. That means this is the earliest finish date of the last task. So you see, following the forward pass and using this formula, we have calculated early start and early finish of all the tasks. Now we'll use the backward pass, BP, backward pass. In backward pass, what we'll do, we actually will find out the late start, late finish, and late start of all activities. And we have to start from the last task. in forward pass, we have started from the first task. But for backward pass, we have to start with the last task or last node. And we are seeing here the last earliest finish we can finish the task is 30. So late finish will also be 30. Because from forward pass we have got that the last task finish date is 13. So last nodes or last task finish date, last finish will be also 30. All right. So we cannot make delay because we have already got from forward pass that this task earliest we can finish on 30. So latest also we have to finish by 30. Now for here we actually calculate early finish. Now we have to calculate, as we are coming up in opposite direction, we have to calculate what? We have to calculate late start. So what is the formula of late start? Late start is late finish minus duration. The opposite of this formula, plus 1. This will be the formula for finding out the late start. So for this task, if you want to find out the late start, what we need to do? 30 minus duration is 15. So 15, we are getting 15 plus 1. That means this will be 16. So for this task, late start will be 16. Okay. Now we have to calculate late finish of this task and late finish of this task. So when we can let us finish this task, this is 16. That means on 15th we have to finish this task. Latest we have to finish the task on 15th, so that on 16th we can start later start happens. And for this task also what will happen? 16th, that means we can start late finish for this task will be 15. And that's just earlier date. In this case, we actually take the next date, but when we are coming in the backward pass, we'll take the earliest date. So 16, that means it will be 15. So now we want to calculate this one, late finish, late start for B task. So 15 minus 5 equal to 10 plus 1. I am using this formula, plus 1. This is actually 11. All right. In this case, what will happen? 15 minus 10 equal to 5 plus 1. That will be 6. All right. Now we need to find out this task late start and late finish. But how can we find out this? If you see, if you come from this path, then late finish will be on 5th day. All right. But if we come from this path, that will be 10th day. So in this case, we have to take the lowest value. In this case, we take the highest value, but when we use the backward pass, we have to take the lowest value. So we cannot take 10th day, we have to take day 5th. All right. So 5 minus 5 equal to 0 plus 1 equal to 1. So now see, we have found out all the early start, early finish, late start, late finish of all the activities. So when this is done, now you have to use another formula to find out the float of every node or every task. That formula is float equal to early late start minus early start. There is actually variation of this formula. Float equal to minus of this one minus this one, or this one, late finish minus early finish. So same formula, and you will get the same value, but two variations actually. So float we can find out by subtracting late start minus early start, or subtracting less finish minus early finish. So if we want to calculate float for all this see this gap, this actually for finding out the float. So if we use this formula for every node, what will happen? Early start minus late start minus early start. What will happen? 1 minus 1, 0. Or 5 minus 5, 0. Right? For this task, can anyone say what will be the float for this task?
11
5.
minus 6, 5.
11 minus 6 equal to 5. Or 15 minus 10 equal to 5. Same result will come. And for this, 0, right? 30 minus 30 is 0 or 16 minus 16 is 0. For this task, 15 minus 15 is 0, 6 minus 6, 0. Anyone you can use. All right?
6 minus 6, 0, and 15 minus 15, 0.
0, right. So
Reza bhai,
see,
what is slack?
slack and float is the same thing.
Same meaning. Okay.
Same meaning. So earlier actually people used to use slack word frequently, but nowadays float is used mostly.
Okay. Thank you.
So, but in the exam, you can see two terms, float and slack, two terms you can see in the exam. All right. So if you see these tasks A, C, and D, these tasks are having float 0. So earlier when you have used in the last class, when you have add everything, then actually we have assumed that in critical path, every task float will be 0. But here mathematically we have found out that these are the 3 tasks and this is the path in which path every task is critical because float is 0. That means you cannot delay any task of this path by 1 day. If you delay by 1 day, the project schedule will be shifted. So that's why this path is critical path. All right. And this path is not critical, right? The above path A, B, D is not critical because one task B is having 5 days of float. All right. So this way you can find the critical path and also you can find float for every task in the network diagram. All right. So I am saving this for your reference. I will share after the class. So if you have any question, you can ask me.
I have a question here, like free float, total float, project float, and negative float. Can you elaborate on this, looking into this diagram?
Okay, so always remember the way we have find out the float, this is actually total float. Okay. So there is no formula to find out free float. Free float actually, this is actually total. It is related to total network diagram. This float, total float is related to total path and also related to project finish date. But when we are talking about, let me share my white screen. Okay. So can you see my white screen?
Yes.
All right. So when you are talking about free float, so total float, I think you have understood. It is related to project finish date. Delaying one task, if it doesn't delay the finish date of the project, then that is actually float for that task. Okay. And it is actually related to total network path. But what is free float? Free float is related to successor. Say A is one task, B is another task, and C is another task. And this means what? To start C, you have to finish A and also you have to finish B. But if it is like this, A task takes 5 days and B task takes 10 days. That means if we want to start this task, we have to start this task on which date? 11th date, right?
Yeah.
So what happens? For this task, there is no free float, but for a task, there is free float for 5 days. If we start this task after 5 days, it will not any impact on C. It is in its immediate successor activity. Early start of its immediate successor activities, it has no impact if I delay this task by 5 days. So that is actually snippet of a network diagram. And from this snippet, we can say for this relationship, A has the free float of 5 days, but B is not having any free float. Free float for B is 0. But for A, it is 5 days. So it is actually just snippet of the network diagram. So if I delay any task and it has no impact on the immediate early start of any task, then that duration is known as free float.
Reza, is it only applicable for the forward pass, or it can be deduced in the backward pass as well?
Backward pass. I did not think about like that. I have not thought earlier about that.
Okay.
So I have no answer at this moment.
I can throw a barrage of problems while doing some online simulation. So I just curious to know. That is my question. Another one is like for the earlier diagram, you are talking about total float. What could be the total float of that particular diagram? I mean, the diagram which I have just finished.
That total float for not the total diagram. Total float for that path, ABD path.
ABD path. Yes.
For ABD path, the total float is 5 days.
It's 5 days.
5 days.
For the critical path, we don't have any float.
No float. No float, nothing. It is always 0. 0 or negative. That is very important to know, because that can be 0 or can also be negative. Critical task can be also negative float. All right, not only 0. That you should remember, because in PMP that is mentioned specifically. So in the exam, you can get some options. So critical task is always 0. That is true, but also negative also can be critical path.
What is the significance of having negative, float? Is there any
negative float means, significant means there is already some problem occurred in the network diagram. You are already behind the schedule. All right, we are already behind the schedule. That I shown you earlier, the negative float. If you see any negative float, if you use any software, then it will automatically show negative float, minus something it will show. So if you see negative float, that means there is on that nodes or on that task, there is some problem. Problem means you have already behind the schedule. So you have to rectify that schedule. Otherwise, it will actually impact total project schedule in the future. So you have to find out those negative floats and you have to solve those negative floats. All right.
Okay.
And project float is easy. You will get a question about project float. So any doubt about that project float? So project float is actually if customers say that you have to deliver by 13th of December, but if you see you can finish the task by 15th December, that means you have another 15 days in your hand, right? Within that, if you deliver the project, nothing wrong will happen. Customer will not say anything about that. So you have 15 days project float. That's the total project you can delay by another 15 days, but still you will able to manage or able to achieve the customer's specified date. So that is actually project float. So
this can only happen when I am on top of schedule.
Yes, right. You are on top of schedule, and you are actually well in a good shape.
Yeah, well in line with the planned activities.
Yes, right. Okay, so let me share my presentation slides. So this one. So we actually shown this in the PDF file. We have practiced this one actually, right? So you see this solution is here, and this is actually the result, early start, early finish duration, total float, last start, late start, and late finish. And this black one, this bold black one is the critical path. This is critical path. In the softwares, always it shows like actually red. But here in PMBOK actually no color is used. So critical path is shown as bold. And this one is actually non-critical path. And this B, right? B is having 5 days of float. For other tasks, there is no float. All right. Okay, so we have this formula we used, right? For forward pass and backward pass. And there is a big math here also. You can try this, and the solution is also given here in these slides, and this red excludes the critical path. So you can practice this. All right. And in the exam, it is not true that always you will get this type of network diagram. What can happen, you can get one node in the exam, like this. See, like this node is given in the exam. You have to find out the float of this node, duration of this node, and early finish of this node. So can we try for this, try to solve this? Can we try to solve this? So what will be the, let's find out the early finish, right? Early finish of the task. How will we find out this? We have to find out float, we have to find out duration and early finish. So we have what we are having in our hand. We are getting, this is what, late start, and this is actually late finish, right? So how can we find out the float? We have given late start and we have given early start. So if we can use this formula, right? So what will be the float for this task?
16.
Right, 16. So float will be 16. So in the exam, questions can be like this. Only one node and you have to find out the float. Other things are given. All right, or this can happen. 3 variable, you have to find out the 3 answers. In the exam, not 3 answers will come, but I am actually showing here. So then what will be the early finish for this task?
23.
So how can we find out that?
Late finish minus early finish.
So before that, actually, we need to find out the duration, right?
Exactly.
So how can we calculate the duration? What will be the duration of the task? Can anyone say what will be the duration for this task?
2.
37, 39, right?
Yes.
So if you, for this case, if you use the finger, so 37, 38, and 39. So it will take actually 3 days.
3 days. Yeah. There's a 1.
Right? So this is actually inclusive, 37, 38, 39. So it will take 3 days. So now if we want to find out the early finish, what will happen? So 21 plus 3, that is actually 24 minus 1. So that will be 23. So this is the early finish for this task. So if you calculate now, 21, 22, 23. So it is actually taking 3 days. All right. So this way you can find questions in the exam. Not the full network diagram, maybe just a snippet of the network diagram or just a single node. So if you can remember these 2 formula, so you can easily make the answer correct. All right.
So Reza, you have not put any calculation over here. The calculation we have just seen here is not written in the printout. I have seen your earlier videos and I have also did the same thing, but
Hmm.
right now I came to know this is how we can get this the result. It's a very
Okay.
very tricky one. When you are a pressure cooker situation, it is going
Mhm.
to be a tricky one. The most trickiest one is the +1 and -1.
Ah, all right. So that's why actually the I think finger calculation is good. 21, 22, 23. Then you will easily understand that it will need 3 days. The duration will be 3 days. Otherwise, what will happen? You will say this is actually 2 days. That Sadman was saying. So this type of small questions you will find at the exam. Very easy but tricky.
Can you say again, রেজা ভাই, মানে এই জায়গাটায় 21 + 2, এই 2টা কোথা থেকে আসলো? Still not clear to me.
No, not 2. This is actually 3.
3. 2 + 1.
20. I am saying like this. Let me write down here.
Hmm.
37 day,
জি,
38 day, and 39 day. All inclusive actually.
all inclusive, জি।
So that's why 3 days. All right.
জি।
Or if you use the formula, this formula, let me go back. This formula, early finish. How do you calculate early finish? Early start plus duration -1. So if we use this formula in the next, here. So we have got duration 3 days. So what will happen? How do we calculate this? 21 plus 3 equal to 24 minus 1 equal to 23. All right. Or we can add in the finger 21, 22, and 23. So 23 will be the early finish date.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So now let's discuss about some other tools of developed schedule. That is actually resource optimization. So why resource optimization? Resource optimization means, so we need resource to finish a task, but resources are not what I say exhaustive, or the resource we need will get all the resource. It is not possible. Everywhere, every time we will get or see a scarce of resource. Or for example, an expert, there is a software architect or an architect, engineering or construction project architect. Say in the company only architect is there. There are 5-6 projects that's running. So then what you need to do? You need to level the architect so that he can give time, adequate time for all the projects, because we are having only one architect. So that's where actually resource leveling is coming, the idea of resource leveling. And also some resources will be on leave, some resources will be sick. So how do you actually level your resource so that your activity doesn't hamper? The absence of resource doesn't jeopardize your task, your activity, your project. So that's why you have to do resource leveling. So resource leveling, if you use any software, every software is having a resource leveling tool. So resource leveling means what? So if there is any crisis related to risk, resource, so what resource leveling try to do? He actually try to find out slack or float or next available time of that resource, and try to shift the task with the time of that resource, available time of the resource. That's why if you do the resource leveling, what happens generally, it actually increase the project schedule, because it try to find out when the resource is scheduled, a resource is free. All right. So if there is no free slack or float, then what happens? It actually try to shift the project schedule. The schedule will be increased, extended, expand. So that's why management actually not actually always agree with the resource leveling thing. They actually sometimes try to push resource smoothing. What is resource smoothing? Resource smoothing is resource is same. You cannot increase resource. You cannot increase schedule. What you need to do, you have to motivate people, so that they work hard. Not they work hard. They work smartly, and they are more productive in their time. So if you are in a productive mode, just today I was listening lecture, Harvard medical review. So they are saying that if you have a happy mind and if you are having an unhappy mind, so say some days we are having a very happy mind. So on that day, actually people are 31% more productive than on those days when he is actually unhappy, having unhappy mind. All right. So if you having happy mind, you will be on that day 31% motivated, productive. So that is actually great statistics. So that's why actually we need to make our or keep our employees happy always. So they will be more productive. So if you want to push, keep always in push, in pressure, they will lose their productivity. So resource smoothing is somehow you have to increase the productivity. You cannot extend time. You cannot increase resource. That's why you have to somehow smooth or complete your task or complete your project. So you cannot increase time. You cannot increase resource. So that is the difference between resource smoothing and resource leveling. So resource leveling will increase the schedule, generally increase the schedule, but in resource smoothing, schedule will not be increased. Within the time the work will be done, how will do? You have to motivate people, you have to make people more productive. That is known as resource smoothing. All right. So these two terms, you will get one question from these two terms.
এই রিসোর্স লেভেলিং এবং রিসোর্স স্মুথিং এই দুটাতে ওই মধ্যে যে ক্র্যাশিং এবং যে টেকনিক গুলো আছে ওগুলো কি এটার সাথে অ্যানালগাস?
একদম ডাইরেক্টলি অ্যানালগাস না আর কি, ডাইরেক্টলি ইয়া না। সো বাট ফ্লোটের সাথে খুবই রিলেটেড। স্মুথিং এ অ্যাকচুয়ালি ফ্লোট বের করে করে যখন ফ্রি আছে রিসোর্স বা ফ্লোট আছে ওই জায়গায় রিসোর্সকে ইনভলভ করে করে কাজটা শেষ করা হয় আর কি, যাতে ডিউরেশনটা বেড়ে না যায়। কিন্তু রিসোর্স লেভেলিং এ আসলে ধরাই হয় যে ডিউরেশনটা ধরাই হয়, মানে রিসোর্স লেভেলিং করতে গেলে সফটওয়্যার ইউজ করছেন কিনা যায় না, মানে সফটওয়্যার ইউজ করলে দেখা যায় যে অটোমেটিকলি সে আসলে শিডিউলটা এক্সটেন্ড করে ফেলে, বিকজ whenever a resource is attached with a task, so any software thinks that that resource is mandatory for the task. So when the resource will be available, that task generally shift with that free time of that resource. That's why actually time increased.
Okay. Suppose I am doing an excavation work for roads and highways. In that case, I have got the excavation materials. So with the help of this project calendar or resource calendar, I would like to smoothen my work with optimum utilization of resources. So এই মধ্যে তখন কি resource smoothing example will come into play, right?
Right. I mean, you have to always try to find out that use resource smoothing, because management will not give you extra resource, extra time. So that's why you have to focus on, if you can find out any way by smoothing your resources, if you can find out any way to finish the project on time. So that will be your first target. But if you don't, you are not having any way, then you can use resource leveling. But then actually you have to take approval from your management. So
resource leveling is always expensive then.
Yes, always expensive. But resource is actually expensive in one way, when actually resource constant is there. But resource leveling is other ways. You have to understand that there is only one architect. So you have to label the resources, and resource leveling there is actually quite a different type of perspective. One perspective is, let me show you here. In construction project, say this is the time of the project and this is actually resource requirements. So say for first week you need 10 laborers.
Yeah.
And next week you need 50 laborers.
Yeah.
Then again you need say 20 laborers, and in the next week you need just 5 laborers. Again next week you need say 100 laborers. So if you make or plan your schedule, plan your project like this, then actually you will fall into trouble, because you cannot arrange laborers. So what you have to plan, you have to smoothing here. Here you have to use resource leveling. What you have to do, you have to plan like this. Say for 5 weeks, my resource library will be like this, right? There should be leveling so that I can easily find out levers. Otherwise, if you use this, you will fall in trouble because always you will not get the correct or appropriate levers for your task, for your job. So this is also another perspective of resource leveling.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
So there are actually 3-4 perspectives. If you read that portion of PMBOK, you will understand. This is one perspective.
Yes.
So you have to plan like this so that the sourcing of resource should leveled. Otherwise, you will not find out the resource when it will require. Okay, here, this is actually one figure that is attached, first introduced in this PMBOK 6th edition. So here, if you see activities before resource leveling, this figure actually will make us understand how resource leveling is actually increase the schedule. So first, in the first part, if you see activity A and activity B, 2 are running in parallel and 2 takes actually 1 day. 1 day means 8 hours. But for first task, 2 people need to work together. One is Tom, another is Sue. And for activity to complete, it needs 8 hours, and Sue is the person who need to work here. And for activity C, only Tom is required, and he will work full day. Full day means 8 hours. So if this is actually a chart, schedule. So what happens if we add this? Tom is for 8 hours day 1, but Sue is 16 days. That means it is not possible for a man to work double, 16 hours a day. So here we are seeing Sue is 16 hours, and then second day, what is happening? Tom is only involved and 8 hours. So there is no problem with task C. But problem is Sue is overloaded here by 8 hours a single day. So though schedule is showing we can finish this task within 2 days, but as Sue is required and Sue is overloaded, it is not actually possible. Theoretically, it is okay, but practically it is not possible. So then you will apply resource leveling. See the next figure. So what we are doing, as for activity A, Tom and Sue required for 8 hours. So what we are doing, in day 1, Tom is 8 hours, Sue is 8 hours. But activity B, we push that activity on the day 2 when Sue is free, right? And Sue now is giving 8 hours. And ultimately, as A and B, C is depending upon what? Both these tasks need to complete. So C is actually shifted to day 3. So practically what happens when you are doing resource leveling, the schedule is increased by 1 day. So this is actually a general practice if you use resource leveling. It actually tries to push the schedule. So any confusion with this figure? Very nice figure to understand what is this leveling.
জি রেজা ভাই একটাই ইমপ্যাক্ট হচ্ছে উইথ দ্য ডেট নো ইমপ্যাক্ট উইথ দ্য রিসোর্সেস
No, because with resource leveling we are actually trying to remove the impact on resource. Because you cannot ask people to work 16 hours. It is not possible. And if you this way if you do push people, then actually you will not get people in your project. So one of the performance measurement for project success is the team that work in your project, they are also in the next project, they are also interested to work with you. There is another performance measure for projects. If nobody wants to work with you, that means there was some problem, people problem that happened in the earlier project.
But is it going to have impact on my critical path then? If I start
yes, if the task is critical path, then actually project schedule will be changed. if it is in the critical path. All right. So it can push the critical path and also push the project schedule. So if it happens that, that it is changing the critical path, then you need to talk with your stakeholders, with your sponsors. Then actually we will discuss crashing and what fast tracking, where actually we can.
Yes.
Oh, someone is calling.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
জি জি রেজব শুনতে পাচ্ছি
There is a phone call from my university teacher, my department professor. So we are trying to do some work together. So that's why he's
okay regarding project management or something
project management. He is by actually university thesis professor. So he actually first introduced project management in Dhaka University Computer Science Department. First, he introduced actually project management, and inspired by me actually. So
okay
for a couple of years, he is taking class in the masters project management. All
so
right.
you were in the background then
In the background, nobody knows me, but
so when your background is bright then your picture is going to be brighter
right.
thank you
All right. So let me talk about an advanced scheduling technique that is actually modeling technique. So you don't need to understand how this modeling is happen. How do we need to do simulation? What is Monte Carlo analysis in deeply or fully? You don't need to understand. Just you have to remember for scheduling we can use modeling technique, and modeling technique actually by using what if scenario analysis. One is what if scenario analysis. What if scenario means what? Actually, for every task, we can actually find out if X is there, then what will happen of the duration of this task. If this happens, what will happen? If that happens, what will happen of the duration of the task? If one, for example, if one person is sick, then what will happen of the task? Can we complete within 5 days? So this what, and this is actually what if scenario analysis. Then what if one employee left the organization during the project, what will happen then? Then if the productivity, the whole team say they actually lose productivity or lose motivation, then what will happen? So this way, using lot of data, you can actually find out the optimum duration of a task. That is actually known as what if scenario analysis. And when we are using what if scenario analysis or simulation, the mostly used simulation technique is Monte Carlo analysis. So when we are talking about simulation and what if scenario analysis, then actually we have to take lot of sample data. So using that data, that probability, that data, we have to find out the probability of each task, and then we have to accumulate all the probabilities, all the probabilities, and we have to find out the simulation distribution. So from that, we can find out the probability of finishing the project within a certain time. So for example, using some simulation technique, for example, we have find out this is the distribution of our project. And what is actually we can find out from this simulation. Let me explain here. So for example, we are saying this is the date 30th, 5th May, 30th of May 2017. And this is 13th May 2017. So if you see, if management wants to finish the project by 5th May, sorry, 13th of May, the probability is only 10%, 10% probability. You can finish by 13th May. But if you come here, see this point, at 28 May, the probability of finishing this task by 28 May is 90%. Okay, so if you use simulation, then actually you can say the probability of finishing the project in certain range. So if you want to get 90% surety that you will finish your project on 18th project, then you will have to say your management, then we can finish only by 28 May 17. But if you target to finish the task, finish the project by 13th May, then actually only 10% probability is there. And if you want to finish, your management want 100% surety, then actually you have to say that 16th of June is the day when we can say that 100% sure we can finish the project within that time. So that way, actually, if we use simulation, we can actually see the future. And we can see the probability of finishing a task within certain time or certain date. So that way, probability can help us. Okay. So sometimes actually in the PMP exam, you can see this picture. All right. And they can actually ask questions. If you want to get 90% probability, so which date will the project, which date you will pick? So from here we can see 28 May is the date when we can assure that the project will shoot 90% assured that project will finish on 28 May.
Reza, here the fluctuation in bar chart, it shows the resource deployment to achieve the result, finishing the project.
This fluctuation.
Yes.
Not only resource, that can be different parameters you can use.
Okay.
It is actually not mentioned. Most probably here it is mentioned different activity assumptions, usually using probability distribution constructed from the 3-point estimate. It actually use 3-point estimate for each activity. Optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic for all activities for a project. Okay, so from that 3 parameters for every task, this actually draw. Same picture we will see in the cost chapter. Then actually we can also say the probability of finishing a project within certain budget.
Okay.
So these texts we can use. These are advanced feature, but if you want to understand or if you want to learn and apply in your project, then you will get a lot of videos in YouTube, how to use especially Monte Carlo analysis or simulation technique in scheduling or budgeting a project.
Name itself is quite abstract to me when I first encountered name itself, Monte Carlo analysis.
Right.
Probably so, the background behind is like it's introduced in Monte Carlo or someone Monte Carlo named Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo. Can anyone say what is Monte Carlo? And why the name is Monte Carlo? What is Monte Carlo? Can anyone say? What is Monte Carlo? Is it a name of person or is it a name of anything? What? So Monte Carlo is a small country in Europe. Country name. Very small, most probably 2 kilometers or something. But this is actually famous for casino. People actually travel there for playing casino. Famous for casino. So as we are talking about simulation, casino, what happens in casino? That is actually like one time we are actually throwing the what is it? Chakka যেটাকে বলি আমরা.
dice.
Die. So die যে আমরা ছুড়ি তো ক্যাসিনোতে এইভাবে খেলা হয় ডাই ছুড়ে তাই না? So from there actually that simulation name is taken actually from Monte Carlo and its name is taken from there, from casino. Okay, so we are actually in the develop schedule process and we can use final leads and lags because we are now finalizing our task. And if we can use project management software, and also we can use schedule compression. So let me finish this chapter today, then we will actually finish. So compression, the idea of compression we need to understand. So when we make a schedule and we actually present to our management, every time management will say what? Will management approve your schedule? Always they will say we have actually schedule constant, we have a budget constant, you have to finish the project. You have shown that we will take 6 months. They will say you have to finish the project by 4 months. That always happens. You cannot make your sponsor happy. So they always try to push you to finish the task as early as possible. So that's where actually schedule compression come into play. That means you have to squeeze or compress your schedule. So you have made the schedule 6 months. Now management is asking to finish the project within 4 months. So how do you do that? How can you reduce 2 months? So there is two techniques for schedule compression or schedule reducing. So one is crashing. Crashing means increasing more resource. So for one task, if you plan that you will use 2 resources, then it will take say 4 days. But if you double the resource, say if you involve 4 people, then this may happen that 4 days task can come into 2 days, can be finished by 2 days. So that is actually known as crashing. That means you are involving more resource to finish the task early, finish the task fast. So when you're actually increasing resource, what is happening? It is also increasing cost. So if management approve this, then that is okay. Management is mainly focused on schedule. So this cost if increase and they agree, then you can use crashing technique to compress your schedule. All right. Then let's talk about fast tracking. Another technique is fast tracking. So fast tracking is what? Fast tracking is actually management will not always approve resource increase of resource or increase of cost. So the best technique is fast tracking. What is fast tracking? Fast tracking means is doing work parallelly. Earlier we have planned that after finishing one task, we'll finish another task. But now we are, as management is pressurizing us, we are thinking that we have to the what we have planned serially, sequentially, now we will do parallelly. For example, if you see here, so we have earlier planned that these 2 tasks, these 3 tasks we will do serially. Complete drywall, paint interior, install carpet. So it will take 15 days, 8 days, 8 days. That means it will take 31 days, right? But now we have to compress. So what we planned, this task after 15 days, but these 2 tasks earlier we planned serially to do it serially. Now we are doing it parallelly, right? So when we are doing parallelly, then what happens? 15
23
this 23 days, right? So that's why we can actually reduce 8 days. So this technique is known as fast tracking. আমরা ডাচ বাংলা ব্যাংকের ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক দেখছি না, ডাচ বাংলা ব্যাংক ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক. So fast track means actually overlapping or doing in parallel. Why does Banner Bank ATM booth is known as fast track? Can anyone say why it is fast track? Just for understanding.
একই সময় টাকা তুলে এবং টাকা জমা দেওয়া যায় একই জায়গায়
জমা দেওয়া যায় এবং you can do some banking also.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a person who also help you banking. But in other ATM booths, you will see only one booth is there and you are actually in queue. So one person is inside, you have to stand outside of the booth on the road or on the footpath in queue. But if you go in DBBL fast tracking, there are actually 3, 4, 5, 6 or even 8, 10 ATM booths. So you will hardly see there is any queue. So you can, people are working or taking the service parallelly. So that is actually fast tracking. Just this example is for to remember what is fast tracking is. Fast tracking means doing parallelly or overlapping. But what will happen if you do overlap? It will actually, task will be risky. So when we are doing these 2 tasks at a time, then what happens? Both tasks will be in risk, right? And individual activities taking longer time because both tasks are now running together. So what will happen? Maybe within 8 days you cannot finish. Maybe it will take 10 days. It will take maybe 9 days. All right, it happens, right? When we do work parallelly. So these are the impact. So these are the figures, actually an example we used earlier when PMBOK was not using any or given any figure. But from 6th edition, there is a interesting figure given in PMBOK. So if you see this figure, you can easily understand what is fast tracking and what is crashing. And from this diagram and this concept, crashing and fast tracking, you will get at least 1 or 2 questions. All right. So if you see that in normal case, one person is working and it is taking 5 days. And this second task, it is taking another 5 days. One person is involved and here another 5 days. So total how many days? 15 days, right? Okay. So when you are doing fast tracking means what? Doing some part of the task parallelly or overlapping. So what we are doing? We are doing completing tasks parallelly. Here also we are doing parallelly. So it is taking 11 days. We have not increased any resource. We are doing the work parallelly. So what happens? What is the impact? Risk is high. Okay. So that's why you know that when you are as a person trying to do a lot of work together, then actually everything will be slowed down. So that's why people are now saying that you have to focus one task at a time. First, identify which task you want to do, then prioritize what is important, then task by task you have to finish. Otherwise, if you try to do everything, actually nothing will be finished, and quality of your task will be degraded. So that's why people are now saying focus one task at a time. So high risk. Now, see the crashing figure. So we are involving 2 people. So we are increasing resource. What happens then? Maybe the 5 days work now is finished within 3 days. And 2 people are here. So 5 days work can be finished by 4 days. And again, this will take 3 days as we have increased our resource. So when we are increasing our resource, that means actually cost is increasing, right? Cost is dollar value is increasing. And it is finished by 10 days. So this way, fast tracking can help us or crashing can help us to compress our schedule. But please remember, fast tracking associate high risk and crashing actually increase the cost of the project. So which one you have to use, you will use, that you have to decide in your based on your situation and based on your sponsors or stakeholders approval.
Reza bhai,
Yes.
if we consider fast tracking and crashing, would you be using only the resource as a human resource, or it could be materials and other resources?
Yes, material, other resources, other equipments.
Other equipments. In
Equipments
that case, if I take the example of DBBL fast track ATM machine, if I the reason behind having fast track is like they have line up multiple machines with different service offerings. So in that case, how the risk is going to be increased if I consider that example as a fast tracking, considering the machine only? Instead of one machine, they do have multiple machines providing the facilities to the.
No, there is no risk there. That is actually I have given example for just understand the parallel thing.
Okay. Now
That is not.
yes, I can easily understand the example you have given here, like the human resource thing. But if I consider the machine, ATM machine, then the only risk is if it is gutted or some disruption happen, then only machine is going out of order, may go out of order. but it is more applicable to the human resource than probably machines.
Human resource and also, especially human resource actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so last thing about develop schedule, that is actually we talked that this figure is actually add in the PM box edition agile release plan. In agile, how do we make schedule, right? So very interesting figure. We have discussed the concept of agile, and we have already discussed that in agile we actually don't do the whole planning at a time. We actually, the planning is also iterative, the scheduling also iterative, right? So how actually we do in agile, the scheduling part we do. So see, agile release planning. So what we do, we actually divide the product. So we have to make a product. So we actually divide the product release, final product release into, say for a product we have thought that we will have to have 3 release. In one release, we will provide some part of that part is known as MPP, minimal viable product. So we'll deliver some part of the product, and in release 2 another part, and in release 3 we'll finish the product. So after planning the release, all right, we then actually, now we are breaking down that release into iterations. So for this example, now we are doing release planning. So first we are doing the product roadmap, and in that roadmap we have identified that to complete the product we will need 3 release. All right. Now we are dividing one release by one release first. So that first release, now we are doing release planning. In that release planning, we are dividing and finding out that we will need 0 to n number of iterations to complete this release. All right. Now, after identifying this release planning, now we are again breaking down that iteration into iteration planning and a smaller component. So in iteration 1, we are planning that we will deliver feature 1, feature A, feature B, feature C, and feature D. All right. So now we are actually within a iteration planning. And we, as we mentioned, iteration plan maximum will be 2 weeks, as minimum 1 week to 4 weeks or 30 days. So within 30 days, we plan that we will deliver A feature, B, C, and D feature. All right. Then we are actually breaking that feature into user stories, right? User stories. And for each user story, say for example, for feature A, we have to deliver 2 user story. For B, 1 user story, for C, 1, and for D, 1 user story. So now what we are doing, see, still we are not having any duration or hour calculation. Now when we are doing the story, again, now we are breaking user story into tasks, right? So to deliver this user story, we need to do these 4 tasks, A, B, C, D. Okay. And for task A, we need 5 hours, task B, 8 hours, task C, 6 hours, and task D is actually 12 hours. So if we can involve our team and they actually use their 5 hours, 8 hours, total hours, then actually this feature once user story 1 will be completed. When this is done, then actually we'll again divide this user story into tasks and we'll find out the duration of that task. So this way actually agile scheduling is done, right? So it starts with release planning, then iteration planning, then feature level, user story level, and then task. So there is similarity actually. In PMBOK, we are actually breaking the project. Can you remember breaking the project into what? WBS, right? And WBS major components, we are breaking down to smaller WBS components, right? Smaller components. Then we are breaking that component into work package. See, these features are, or these user stories are work packages. And then these work packages, we actually break them down into different activities or tasks. activities are task 1, 2, 3. So similar thing actually happening in Agile also, but the names are different. And we are doing this iteratively and incrementally, not at the beginning. Once one iteration is coming, then we actually are taking some feature from the product backlogs and then breaking that feature into user stories. And again, we are breaking that user stories into tasks. And for each task, how much time we need. That way, we are finding out the schedule for Agile projects. Okay, so you may get 1 or 2 questions from this figure. All right. So if you have any question, here.
Product backlog is equivalent to WBS or work packages?
Equivalent to requirement documentation.
Product backlog equal to requirement documentation.
Requirement documentation. All the requirements will be in requirement document in PMBOK, predictive way, or a scope of statement. In Agile, it will be in product backlog or only backlog. Sometimes it is backlog, or some people it is in Scrum. It is known as product backlog.
WBS এর ইয়েটা কি হবে, equivalent to কি হবে in Agile ইয়েতে?
Agile with this actually this feature.
জি.
Feature is WBS. User story is the work package, and within this work package, these are the tasks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So actually there are similarity, right? So there are actually terms. You have to understand these terms. So product vision.
Yeah, I am trying to, recalibrate the thing. ওটাই দেয় আর কি ওরা পরীক্ষায়। জি।
Right. Okay. So. Okay, so what shall I do? It is already 9, no? Okay, I think I can finish within another 15 minutes. So let's finish, right? Let's finish. So finally, what is happening after doing all this network diagram, then using critical path, we are actually finding out the schedule baseline. What is schedule baseline? That is actually the approved copy by the management. All right. So if management approved, then that is known as schedule baseline. And another term is their project schedule. That means the project schedule, that is the baseline, that can be actually presented as bar charts, milestone charts, project schedule network diagrams. In different ways, we can actually present the schedule baseline. All right, so that is actually known as project schedule. And one figure is added in PMBOK. So if you see this, this first one actually example of milestone schedule. Only milestone are showing. And the second one is the high level work packages. That schedule is given here. Summary schedule. Only work packages schedule. And lastly, it is actually detailed activity schedule. Detailed schedule. Where there is work package also. And within the work package, all the tasks are mentioned here also. And also milestone is there. So this generally, when we are using any software, say Microsoft Project or Primavera, you can easily produce these kinds of bar chart, milestone chart, and detailed project schedule from any software you use. So these are the representation or presentation of the project schedule or schedule baseline. So once the schedule is confirmed by the management, then what will happen? That will be your reference point. Following that schedule, you have to complete your task, complete your project. All right. Schedule data is the supporting data. Why each task having this much time or this many days, that there are supporting documents, supporting information you need to capture. That is known as schedule data. And project calendar. So when you are making the final schedule, you have to use project calendar. I mentioned about this. Project calendar means what are the holidays, what are the weekends, and what is the working time of our office for this project. So that is known as project calendar. So before using any software, first you have to actually define project calendar, then you have to give input on all the tasks and their duration and create relationships. And finally, you have to use critical path method to find out the project schedule. So these were the outputs main, and additional outputs are actually only the updates of planning documents and also update of the project documents. So this is the final process. So far what we have seen, if we come here, can you see my chart? This table? Can you see?
নো স্যার
No.
হ্যাঁ টেবিল দেখতে পাচ্ছি না
Oh, right. Okay. So MI. Okay. ঠিক আছে. So can you see now?
ইয়েস
All right. So what we did, we actually finished all these processes, right? Define activities, sequence activities, estimate active duration, and develop schedule. Now, what will happen? In develop schedule, we are getting schedule baseline. Then, following that schedule baseline, we'll execute the project. And now, in monitoring and control, we have another task, another process in schedule knowledge area, that is control schedule. That means, what is the scope of this control schedule? That means we have to follow the baseline and ensure that baseline is controlled. We are within that baseline, we are performing and we are delivering within that baseline. That is one perspective. Another perspective is whether is there any gap between the schedule baseline and what we are executing. Is there any gap? And third one is there any change request related to schedule? Is there a need to compress our schedule, or any new lead and lag we need to apply, or is there any new task added so that our schedule need to change? So those changes we need to do in this control schedule process, by this control schedule process. So these are the scope of control schedule process. So let me again go to the slides. So control schedule. As a project manager, we have to control our schedule as per the scope baseline, schedule baseline. So in control schedule, what will be the main input? See, main input, this project schedule. That means the approved project schedule, the schedule baseline, schedule data, resource calendar, project calendars. These are actually the main input because we are going to control our schedule. All right. And schedule baseline. So these are the main inputs for control schedule process. All right. So in this control schedule process, we will use different tools, and main tools are earned value analysis. That I will discuss in the next chapter, cost chapter. I will discuss in the next day, cost chapter. I will not discuss here. Then iteration burn down chart. This is actually agile way of monitoring your project progress. That is actually iteration burn down chart. That I will explain because there is a figure related to this. Performance review. That means any technique you can use as per the schedule baseline, how your team is performing. Then trend analysis. What is the trend? Are we online, or it is actually performance is up, or performance is stable, or performance is going downward? So that actually, using trend analysis, you can find out that. And variance analysis. Is there any variance against or refer to your schedule baseline? Is there any variance? So that you need to find out, and always you have to control your schedule. If you see any variances happening, so you have to take proactive actions so that you can actually reduce that variance. And what if scenario analysis, that actually we have seen in the develop schedule process. So if when you are doing control schedule, if there is any need of again doing if what if scenario analysis, you can do that. Or for any new task, you can do that. And if schedule is changed or anything happens, you have to always actually focus on your critical path. Please remember the critical path we have identified in the develop schedule. When you are running the project, that critical path can be changed. All right. It is not true that the schedule that you have defined in the schedule baseline, the critical path that will be fixed for the whole project, whole schedule. Sometimes for new tasks or for some issues or some risks, so that can actually change. So you have to always focus on critical path, because if critical path is changed, you cannot meet the deadline of the project. All right. So you have to always focus on your critical path. One simple question to ask you, that in a network diagram, is there any chance of having more than one critical path? What do you think? What do you think? Is there any chance of having more than one critical path in a single network diagram?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Please remember this. Yes, there can be 2, 3, 4 critical paths in a single project in a single network diagram. So if you are having more critical paths, then what happens? So you are actually very tight situation. That is actually very complex and very tight schedule project, because lot of critical paths and many multiple critical paths there. All right.
Reza bhai, does it call near critical path?
No, near critical path is actually, say your critical path is 30 days. All right, there are 3 paths in the network diagram. One is 30 days in duration. Another path, say it is actually 20 days. And another path, for example, that is actually just 29 days.
Yeah.
All right. That means in this path, if one task delayed by 2 days, that actually become the new critical path, will become the new critical path. So this path actually known as near critical path.
Okay.
All right. Where actually float will be, total float will be very less. That path is actually near critical path. That means at any time, that path can be critical path. So you have to.
One of the attributes would be there will be very minimal float for in the near critical
Yes.
path. Okay.
Yes. Comparing to the critical path. So as a project manager, only you should not focus on critical path, also you have to focus on near critical paths. Near critical path means the tasks on the near critical paths that you have to also focus on.
Thank you.
Okay, again, you can use resource optimization technique. For example, you have planned to complete the project within 4 months, but at the middle of the project, already 2 months passed, you are seeing that 50% work is not done. Only 20% work is done. So what you need to do? You have to finish this task within 2 months. So maybe you have to again use crashing or fast tracking to finish the work within 2 months. Again, you may need to use leads and lag. All right, leads and lag, right? Negative or positive. So that thing you need to again use, or you need to use schedule compression. Compression, 2 technique, right? Crashing and fast tracking. So in controlling, based on the situation, you may need to use these tools again. All right. So in Bangladesh or everywhere, what we see, we made a network diagram, then we actually find out the critical path and we take printout of the critical path, that project schedule. And never ever we use or update that critical path or that network diagram or that project schedule. Project actually goes on its own way. We don't follow the project schedule or schedule baseline. But as per project management best practices, regularly you have to update the project schedule to understand now where you are now, to understand the variances, the trends, and if need, you have to use resource optimization, leads, lag, schedule compression technique to keep or make your tasks in line so that you can meet the project schedule or deadline.
We might term them as a traditional way of looking at projects, Bangladeshi context.
Yes, Bangladeshi context. But in Agile, actually, people don't actually hate use Gantt charts or this kind of bar charts. They hate this because actually what happens everywhere, historically everywhere, in not in Bangladesh, everywhere actually it is very tough to follow the bar chart or project schedule that we planned early of the project when information is very less in our hand. Maybe we can use in construction project, but those projects are already, we know, we have a lot of experience. But in tangible projects, in knowledge work project, in software project, it is very hard to tell or hard to follow those schedules. That's why in agile practices, there is no mention of Gantt chart or bar chart or this critical path things.
So how they are going to, meet the deadline then?
They actually follow the iterations, say they have the deadlines, they have to finish this by December. So they actually try to find out, break down the project, like release, and how many iterations they need for each release. That actually, with that, because release duration is already fixed, 2 weeks or 4 weeks. So if you know, we'll need, say, 10 iterations. So you can easily say it will take 10 months because our iteration size is 1 month. So this way they can actually plan for the whole schedule of the project.
It's more or less built in the system, probably. The
Yes.
agile is more or less built in.
And everything is transparent, everything is visualized, and every time after every iteration you are seeing something tangible, something usable. So that is actually increases the confidence level of everyone.
Yeah.
But in traditional project, generally what happens at the end, we can see the product.
Yes.
So that is actually very risky. That's why everywhere actually we are trying to mix up the agile concept with the traditional concepts. All right. So what happens after doing control schedule? At any stage, if we keep updated the schedule, we can actually forecast whether we are going to meet the schedule or not. And also another very important thing is change requests. If any new task happens, or if you see you are lagging behind, or some resources are sick, left the project, so maybe through change requests, you have to update the schedule design. All right. So these are the main inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs of control schedule. Okay, so one thing we will see that is actually iteration burn down chart. In Agile, how actually we perform the progress in Agile, how we check the progress of our project. So they actually use only, most of the project, they use only one tool, that is actually iteration burn down chart. So how, if you see, you will get two questions from here. This is a new figure added in PMP edition. So let me describe this. This is a simple picture. Iteration burn down chart, what you do, say this is a 2 weeks iteration, all right, 2 weeks iteration. And the team plan that they will deliver 260. For example, 260 story points. Story points in Agile, they actually estimate the user stories using story points based on what is a relative estimation. They said this as relative estimation. So for each story, the whole team actually try to estimate for each story how much story point they need to complete those tasks. Those story, not tasks, story. So for example, this team, they are having 2 weeks of iteration. That means 10 days. And they have decided they will deliver 260 story points in these 10 days, this one iteration. So what they plan see. So 260 is here. So first they actually draw a line at the beginning of the project, beginning of the iteration. 260. So first day, 260 story point are remaining, right? And 10 day, on 10th day, as per the baseline or as per the plan, they will finish all tasks. That means there will be no remaining task. 260, it will be 0 here. All right, it will be 0 here on 10th day. Okay, so this is actually ideal remaining work, the straight line. And actual remaining work, see, when project is progressing, we are on 7th day, for example, on 7th day, what happens? We are actually not within the ideal timeline. We are actually above the timeline. That means if we move like this way, we cannot finish all the 260 story points on 10 day. It will take another, what, 2 days, right? Another 2 days. On 7th day, we are saying we need another 2 days to complete all the story points. All right. So this way we can see how my team is performing, where we are now. So on 7th day, we are still lagging behind. If this way we continue our work, we cannot finish this work within this iteration. We will need another 2 days. So this way actually, and this iteration burn down chart is updated every day when after completing the daily stand-up meeting. So daily stand-up meeting is done in front of the task board. In that task board, this burn down chart is also there. So they see this and they discuss this, and after the meeting, how much they have done. So say first day, say for example, they have completed first day, say 20 story points. So 260 minus 20, that means 240. Their remaining story point is 240. So this is the 240 point. So say for example, on the second day, they have completed another 30. So they are now remaining work is only 210. So this way they actually put the point here. Draw the graph like this. Remaining work. They always calculate remaining work. Okay. So this is actually burn down chart where we are seeing the remaining work in the graph. But there is an opposite graph that is known as iteration burn up chart. Okay. So there actually they will start like this. Opposite. That just opposite this. First day they want to finish 260 tasks, not tasks, story points. So first day they have completed just 0. Second, 1 day, maybe they have completed 20. Third day, they have completed another 30, that means 50. So that is actually burned up chart. But they prefer to use actually burned down chart mostly in most of the projects in Agile. All right. But there is also an opposite graph like this that is known as burn up chart. So only this figure is mentioned in PMBOK, but burn down and burned up chart, these terms are mentioned in PMBOK. And in Agile Practice Guide, you will see both the pictures, both the figures. But in PMBOK, only this picture is explained. And in most of the Agile projects, they only use the burn down chart, not burn up chart. So any question here?
Anyway, what is the, whole purpose of having this chart?
To see the progress of your iteration.
To see the progress.
How much story points remaining.
Okay.
Your day is finishing, but how much your work is still remaining.
So
progress.
Interchangeably, burn down and burn up chart can be used interchangeably, right?
Right. But why they use actually burn down chart? This is actually a motivational thing. That means when you will see your work is less now in your hand, then you will get more confident, right? So we are seeing that it is finishing. So it is actually creating some mental motivation, right? It is not too far, almost there. We are almost there. Yeah. So that's why actually they use this. Just mindset.
Yeah, I have got another question. Like in the first day, have I completed some story points in the day one, like 260? So at the end of day one, my story points is 260 or it's 240? Is it going to be 240?
Yeah.
Day one seems to be 260.
260. Day one
260.
260, but day two say 240. You have
So
done actually 20 story points first day.
23 points in day one, right?
Right.
Okay.
So you have to minus 260 minus 20, 240. So this point will be 240. Then in this next day, maybe you have completed 30. So you have to again minus that 30 from this remaining 240. So 210 may be the point. Okay. So always you will subtract. Okay. So this is it. And I think nothing to discuss. So this figure is very important because you will get 1-2 questions, and mostly actually showing this figure, they will say for this figure, if the question comes, whether we are in line with our plan or not. Are we on schedule or we are schedule behind? What will be our answer? Are we on schedule or behind schedule or within we are performing more than our planned schedule? What will be our answer?
Behind.
We are behind, right? So this simple question can come.
Yeah.
So this is actually mostly used for agile projects, and they actually use this burn down chart for measuring the progress of their project.